Hello, everybody! That's another round of matches, all done and dusted. We have finished the finals weekend. We're now approaching the grand finals weekend with the top three having already been decided. Oh, what an exciting weekend this has been, and what another exciting weekend next weekend will be as well. But before we get into that, of course, we have something to show you. Something special. I'm here joined with Sunapple. My name is Mint, and we are ready to show you the grand finals map pool. Hello, Sunapple. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm so happy to be here. This is our last map pool showcase that we will be doing for this year's MWC, and honestly, oh my god, this map pool, it is
This
it's
map pool
actually
is
so good.
something else,
It is
dude.
insane.
Oh,
I hope
it
everybody
is
is super
rough.
excited. It is so hard. I was looking at the maps yesterday, and oh my god, I couldn't even comprehend anything. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So, before we begin, I do want to say, let's take a look first, right? 2022. How hard was that grand finals pool, right? That was the first time that we ever really had a grand finals pool separate from the finals pool. And, well, the players still kind of blew it away even with the difficulty increase. So we decided, hey, let's make it a little bit harder this time. Surely things will be okay, right? Well, I don't know about that. What about you?
I mean, honestly, I'm prepared to be blown away by these players because they're just so good. It's honestly impressive how well they've
Yeah.
actually been able to play, even up to now. These bat pools in the finals were so hard, and we've been seeing like 990s, I think every single map at least, and that's honestly insane.
It is quite scary, honestly, the level that these players have been performing. And I do want to mention just quickly, Paturaj will be joining us here for the SVs. Hello, Paturaj.
Oh, hi. Is it my cue to speak?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you're introduced so that you don't jump scare everyone when the SVs come around and suddenly it's like, oh, who's this guy? You
No
know.
Pataraj jump scare this time.
I was jump scared instead, but sure. I am super excited
Indeed.
about this last Maple showcase. It's been a lot of work coming here, so yeah.
Just feels like the culmination of everything that we've worked for this whole year. We started in I would say February when we started actually talking about getting this happening, getting this starting to roll. And it's quite incredible that we're basically at the end of our journey now, and we absolutely, I would say, I have a lot to show for it today. So let's not dwell over this, and let's just get straight into it then.
Yep. And we will start off with Blue White Crazy Star as a Rice 1 on 1.05 with a slight edit.
Yeah, and so these patterns, I would say, clock in about 380 BPM streams. This is a very short pick, so I think in comparison to last year's infamous Love Song by Valedict, this is probably a little bit easier. The patterns are very similar, as some of you may be able to tell here.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a similarity between Love Song, but I feel like, honestly, this map is still really hard, especially considering, as you may have seen, there's a lot of mini-jacks kind of scattered throughout this entire map with, like, in the streams, which can cause a lot of issues with maybe finger control or really any kind of problem. You can find a lot of breaks, and as you did say, this map is really short. It's only 1 minute 30 seconds, so that's like one miss and you may honestly lose a point because of it.
Yeah, I actually agree fully. Like this map is the kind of map where if you miss once, it's really actually easy to miss again, like twice in a row. It's really scary. And yeah, these streams do kind of go on for quite a while, but you do get a few breaks here and there. This ending does get a little bit harder. And I mean, you can see that there are some embedded one-hand trills here and there just scattered around. And yeah, this part, if you're familiar with the original map, this part is a little bit easier, but it's still very, very difficult. And I would still say it's fairly spiky in the end. But yeah, I think that would make some very interesting dynamics for maybe like a match point being taken near the end of a pick. It's a very short pick, and things can be decided really, really quickly on this kind of map. And yeah, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to 11-bit for being so kind to let us edit this map and, you know, all of that. So yeah, that is Rice 1. Let's get into Rice 2. Believe It by Lemon Guy 1.05. And yeah, this is 286 BPM. You're reading that right. Interesting to note that last year we did use a 290 BPM jump stream map that was very similar, but I would say this is fairly denser and more difficult, more stamina draining.
Yeah, I mean, I think something to note in this map is, as you kind of saw in this intro, there's a lot of like one-handed trills that you see like right now, and you will see later on they get just longer and longer as the map progresses, and that can cause so many troubles, and they just continually sustain throughout the entirety. And especially this kind of map, this is our more jump stream oriented stream map, so you will see more patterns like that, but honestly stamina can come to become an issue because of how long you're having to play these one-hander trills for.
Yup. I mean, you're seeing it right here. This is very, very dense, and it goes on for a really long time. Like, individually, I know that it's 2 minutes, which is fairly short, but you barely get any breaks, which is, I mean, for a map that is supposed to be the less stamina-heavy jump stream pick, this might be really risky to pick out. And I mean, I feel like we can kind of justify this by saying like, hey, the teams are so good at jump stream already, and so we can just like, you know, just throw this at them. They'll clean it up, you know. But I don't know, maybe we'll see some dirty misses and such on this kind of map, but who knows? You never really know with these players nowadays.
Yeah, honestly, you really can never tell. But as we get into these more longer hand streams, we also see an introduction of long, or not really long jacks, more of an anchor pattern that you see. So right now you see it on column 2, but you know, they like move columns consistently throughout this ending, and that's just, it is so difficult to be able to coordinate on top of having to hit these anchors. These hand streams, basically everything coming at you at once in this little short 2 minutes and 15 second map.
Yeah, it's incredibly short, but I mean, it's gonna catch a lot of players off guard if you're not really used to these high BPM, sort of like mid-density jump streams. Like, this is very, very difficult for a lot of players to be able to, I guess, handle because of the fact that the BPM is so much higher than what maybe a lot of people might be used to. Like, yeah, there's just a lot of things about this pick that are very risky, but it is a jump stream pick, and jump streams have historically and I guess naturally been the, I guess, more approachable sort of picks. And I suppose with that in mind, we can lead into the stamina pick, which is another jump stream map. This is going to be Shine or Shine. I don't know. It's one or the other. 1.35 by Shoegazer.
Yeah, we honestly never did figure out that much about this name.
Yeah, I think there was a debate in the pooling server about this, but yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is the stamina pick.
Yeah, and you will see that this map is actually 10 BPM shorter than the last map. However, those two maps kind of play decently similarly. I feel like this map has a lot more dedicated trill sections, so you will see on top of those one-hand trills, you'll be seeing split trills, just like kind of jump trills, and then also like alongside you will see kind of these anchors like how we saw at the end of the last map, except honestly these are kind of built up to the extreme.
Yeah, I mean, this is just brutal, and you get these little bursts here as well. Like, these patterns just do not stop, and they're also very, very heavy anchors, and it's just, I mean, I would say, like, slightly more dense than Believe It. I would say the patterns are probably in the same ballpark, although, I guess 273 versus 286, that makes a very, very big difference, really. But, yeah. I would say this is probably harder.
Honestly, it's definitely a toss-up. If you're not able to play like 280 BPM, this may be slightly easier. However, honestly, I think the main thing about this map is that the difficulty is kind of consistent, whereas in Believe It, we kind of see, I guess, a bit more, it's a bit spiky towards the end, but not all that much. It's mostly just like having to move between having to play longer or shorter one-hand trills to longer, and then also adding those anchors, whereas in this map we see those one-hand trills and those just general trills and anchors throughout the entirety. We saw it at the start and we're still seeing it right now, and until this break here.
This is the first break that you get pretty much, and I mean those 4-note anchors that you see scattered throughout the entire map, those really tire you out. And I mean, it doesn't really matter if you pick this in the early stages of the match or towards the end, you're going to get tired afterwards, and this is a very risky pick to go on throughout the entire duration of the match, because it's just too risky to, I guess, maybe like almost injure yourself perhaps, or something like that.
Yeah, definitely you've got to think really, really hard on whether you do want to be picking this because of just how long it is. It's 3 minutes 15 with, I want to say, maybe like 15 seconds of break in general. So, I mean, it's just consistent difficulty for 3 minutes of hand streams, 270 BPM, something that even a lot of players were kind of having difficulty on in last week's poll. Something that you will have to play for a sustained period of time, which honestly, I just hope that people are actually going to be able to play this well. Because, you know, we finally see anime and map pool and rice pool again.
Yeah, the return of the anime, of course. It's the classic. And yeah, with that, I think we can get into our Corjack map, Shinsha.
Oh my god, this map has been so hype for me to be able to show, because the song is so good. It's like hearing this repeated techno music, honestly, it's just so satisfying. But I do want to let people know this is going to be our Corjack pick. This is actually Mint's Corjack pick right here. I believe this is your first, correct?
This is my probably like I don't have very many Corjack maps, and this one definitely took a while to iron out. But yeah, this was done really early on, and actually it was done, I think, before we even wanted it for MWC. And basically, I mean, it's really funny because every single time that this ever comes up during a voice call, we can always just start spamming techno music because this song is just so addicting. And yeah, I mean, 167 BPM, it's fairly light in comparison to maybe Conflict, but the duration at which this actually, like, the duration that you have to actually hold onto your Corjack sustained motion is so long that a lot of people, I would imagine, are probably going to have a lot of trouble with that.
Yeah, I think something to note is that most of the Corjacks in this map are generally 3 to 4 notes long, so you'll be kind of having to anchor for that long, as well as having, I guess, not really as often, just longish jacks like we're seeing right now in this little break. And then also you have been seeing this, there's a lot of transitionings between chords to singles, and then same way other way around, so it's singles to chords. So you really have to just continually keep that finger control up with this entire map.
This patterning right here, the I don't know how you describe it, but the way that the hand motions, I guess, like, you have to really control your Corjacking, I guess, muscle memory here.
Yeah, and honestly, this map has been, or this song in general, is decently long at 3 minutes 15. So it's the same BPM, or same length as the last map, or last pool. However, compared to the Corjacks in the previous pool, I want to say this is one of the longest, so definitely stamina can become an issue, especially at almost 270 or 170 BPM Corjacks, which I don't think there are that many people who are too comfortable on this.
Yeah, this is it's just really difficult the entire way through, and it just does not stop. The patterning is extremely consistent, but extremely variable. So maybe you're good at one section, maybe you're good at another section, maybe you're really bad at another section. It's just, there's a lot of risk involved with this sort of pick.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think we'll be seeing as many people avoid this map since it's a lot more physical compared to as much of an ACK battle set as we have been seeing in previous Corjack worlds. And we are approaching this end. We have basically only seen one break, or not one break. Well, there's a break right there, but one kind of easier section of the map, and that definitely causes a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely not every day that you see a 3-minute Corjack map. Usually our Corjack maps are fairly short, probably like sub 2 minutes, and probably faster BPM, like last year with Peerless Under Heaven, which was 170 BPM. But yeah, I mean, this might shake things up a little bit with this sort of dynamic of the Corjack map, maybe also contributing to that draining sort of stamina factor, which might be really interesting.
Yeah, but I guess we can move on.
All right, let's move on to Rice 5. This is End of System 1.05. I don't know how to describe this map. It's quite. I mean, okay. Let's start from the bottom here. This is very, very difficult, right? I would say it's sort of mixed in terms of technicality and physicality. There's a lot of very technical patterns. I think it's in the same vein as Nisemono, where you kind of have to switch between, I guess, comparatively easier patterns and then like really, really difficult patterns. And yeah, that on and off motion can maybe catch some players off guard. Yeah, we're starting to see the difficulty get up here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, something to note is that this first half is very, very bursty in general, so you will see a lot of, I guess, more split up notes, I guess, like big chunks of patterns going at you at once, and then, but as we get further into the map, at about the halfway point, the map kind of becomes more sustained. It's a bit longer of patterning, so you won't actually be able to kind of just like autopilot in general.
Yeah, this part is super dense. It's basically like, I guess like light drum stream might be the best way to put it. And now you get some polyrhythmic jacks here, 3-note jacks with stream going on at the same time, which is very, very difficult. And yeah, we get some light jacks here, I suppose, and some split trills. This part is very rough. It looks easier than the earlier section. And yeah, maybe it is, but you might still catch a few misses here and there on these sorts of easier in quotation marks patterns.
Yeah, this map really has a bit of everything. We're seeing some easy jacks right here. There's also the longer jacks kind of split up in the earlier section, and then here's the stream section that is broken up by like, I think it's like 190 BPM mini jacks or something insane. That's just so difficult to be able to play.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, honestly, this part is also very misleading. It's not as dense, but it's just really difficult to, I guess, stay consistent because of the rhythm changes and such.
Yeah, and I think I misspoke. I said mini jack. I meant speed jack because like those aren't mini jacks. They're literally
yeah,
just, like, regular
exactly.
jacks that are so fast.
Yeah, and I mean, the next pick you'll never see coming, really.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a surprise.
We have Last Surprise by Ska 1.05. We did it! It's here!
Yeah, y'all wanted some more Ska in the pool, so we gave it to you in the best way possible. We see Last Surprise. This is a decently popular map in general, so a lot of people may actually know this. It is a slight edit. I believe it was some short long notes as well as like some jacks that we saw that are changed just to make it a bit more comfortable to play. But I mean, I say a bit more comfortable, but this map is not that comfortable. It's like
not
very dumpy.
Oh, this is our dump pick, and I mean, you're already seeing these really technical patterns here. It's just a mixed bag overall, honestly. It's really rough.
Yeah, so we see these longer sustained streams that are just, I think they're on 1/8 or something, so they're just so fast. It's honestly insane.
Yeah, it's very fast. I would say like, I think this is 380 BPM, but it's also rolly, so compared to the other pick, Blue White Crazy Stars, this is maybe not as bad, but I think the sections that are outside of this, And maybe the sustained length of this will also catch players off guard. This is definitely not easier than the other pick, I will say. This is definitely the harder one if you're comparing directly. But I think the comparison might be a little unfair because this map has so much more variety in terms of patterning.
Yeah, I definitely think about it compared to Rice 1. This map has a bit more longer streams, so they go on for a longer time, and as well, I think the breaks in general are a bit difficult. Even in these little breaks that we're seeing right now, there's so many places just to trip up on.
Yeah, and I mean, we're getting a repeat of the course here, and we're no shortage of these sorts of stream dump patterns, and also mini jacks, trills, and everything in between.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly insane that players are going to be able to pick this map. I hope that people do pick this more. Anime and map pool is always my favorite, as many people know, and this map is definitely going to be a deal breaker between some teams because honestly, this kind of looks easy, and it really isn't in terms of like actually playing it in the match because there's so many places where you can mess it up on and take just random 200s, random breaks, anything basically.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, this is incredible. Wouldn't you believe, Sun Apple, that we have such a pick in grand final? It's so difficult, and I mean, where can we even go from here? Like, is this the hardest it gets? I mean,
I think we may need to have some
yeah, I
obligatory
think we want
destruction.
something harder. We want something harder. Maybe a little bit. Maybe something something that might combust your crystal chamber. Something that may cannon your tachyon beam. Something that may charge your cortex.
We're going back in.
And yeah, we are introducing Aqualix to our featured artist listing. Here's a second one for this MWC, which is really, really exciting for us because both of these artists have been, I guess, intertwined with the VSRG community for, let's just say, a really long time. Well, these two artists have been around for a really long time. We really appreciate Aqualix for being able to join us as a featured artist. We're really, really excited.
Yeah, I mean, if you've played, basically, I mean, I think Aqualix had a map in 2 years ago's pool, so some of y'all may know them from that. And I know we've been really trying hard to get a good Aqualix slot into the map pool, and we're really happy to be able to have a custom, or a OC original, I should say. And keep in mind that this is a halogen map, so very, very similar to...
Yeah, this map is filled with absolute every brutal pattern you can imagine. 270 VPM, we have as well these incredible like bursts and mini jacks, and I guess like intertwined with these jump stream sort of anchor patterns. It's just all over the place, and it's just absolutely it really is truly something else, I would say.
Yeah, but I guess we can move on. We're done with the rice pool now. I hope everybody liked it. We can move on to the hybrids, and we'll be seeing Apocalypse Ray by Lemon Guy. Y'all aren't going to be spared from Lemon Guys here.
Yeah, no sparing from Lemon Guy, absolutely. This one is a completely different beast. When we're talking about Lemon Guy maps, this is nothing to scoff at. It's just absolutely throws you everything, all these... Maybe you'll like Lemon Guy maps, maybe you hate Lemon Guy maps, but this pattern will have something. I mean, this map will have a pattern that you will get frustrated on. It is quite something. But somehow it manages to be a hybrid one, and instead of maybe a hybrid 3 or something like that, because yes, this is one of the easier hybrids. Which is insane to think about. This map is so brutal and so difficult.
Yeah, and I think something that a lot of people will realize later on. We do see these, I guess, more speedy sections. We see the trills, but I think the main difficulty of this map really just comes down to the jacks that we see alongside the LNs that you have to coordinate very, very well as the shields and reverse shields that are scattered throughout the entirety of the map. And we'll really see that jack difficulty amp up in the later half, and right here especially, I know a lot of
they're having a lot of trouble with that pattern, but I mean, it's grand finals. You guys, you can't shy away from these sorts of patterns anymore. We gotta throw everything at you, everything we've got. We gotta show that at least some of these players have some weaknesses, right? Like, come on, please, just once, like.
Please miss on this. Please don't 990.
Please, yeah. No 990s here. Incredibly, our replayer here is still able to 990, but yeah, I mean, this map is quite something. We have these 4-note mini jacks, long jacks here. I mean, this burst pattern to round it off. And yes, that is our hybrid 1, Apocalypse Ray, and it's very exciting. So here, it's just, Ooh.
This one is hard.
Oh, jump scare. And yeah, this is a hybrid 2! Angel Echo by Abraxos.
Yeah, people really thought they were going to be able to be spared of an Abraxos map in the map pool. And actually, if you thought that for whatever reason, you will be so sad to hear that this is probably the hardest hybrid in the map pool.
I think this is the hardest one. Yeah. You thought Testify was hard. Just wait till you see this one. This is absolutely... It just does not hold back in any capacity. And I'm sure we said that for previous maps in last year's pool, but this is so much harder than last year's hybrids. It's impossible to imagine how the players, the remaining teams, will even fare on this kind of map, but I mean, anything is possible with these players, right?
Yeah, that is definitely true. I think to talk a bit more about the map, we see just so many really abrasive patternings throughout the entire map. We have like these 3+1 patterns with basically inverse on every single column except for one as well. It's like these mini jack releases or short long notes, shields, I guess. Not really, but they're just so difficult. And this map, this pattern right here is so mind blockable from what
Oh
I've
my,
heard.
this part is so difficult because you have to like stop and go, stop and go over and over and over again. This part is so difficult to get down. Like these patterns don't look that dense, but then you consider that factor and it's just like something that you don't really see very often in a map like at all. And so a lot of people are going to struggle with this.
Yeah, and as we hear this little synth in the background, we add in some little shorter long notes just to add some trouble for players, give them a bit of a like place to get a lot more 200s, take a lot of misses and stuff, and we're getting to this little bit ending. We're seeing our replayer only have a 98, definitely scary, just insane to be able to think about this.
Yeah, I mean it's just absolutely like there's no words for this honestly, and I'm really happy that we did actually manage to get an Abraxos map in the pool because I mean even though this map took probably gave us more trouble than like any other map in the entire pool because I mean it's just like Abraxos hybrids are just really one of a kind. You really can't find this kind of map anywhere else. And I mean I think Abraxos went through I think 3 different drafts of different songs before we actually landed on something. And
Yeah, it
I mean,
was.
it's just absolutely. We're very excited to see the players perform on this kind of pick. And, well, I mean, I do feel something. I, I, I feel. What is this? What is this feeling? I don't know. What
Mm,
could this be?
there's like a light.
And yeah, that was Light Left Behind by Billy Moto, another Osu original, mapped by yours truly. And I mean, what a map! Like, it's all over the place. 285 BPM. I think when we did approach Billion at first, we were like, we want something really, really high BPM, you know, to like get these players. And we actually ended up making the BPM a little higher than we initially asked for. It was initially 270, but yeah, it's 285 now. So you get 285 BPM, sort of like weird like coordination patterns and mini jacks and all these sorts of different variety of patterns. And yeah, you get this sort of mixed bag with these three hybrids ultimately, and I think that this really rounds up the hybrid pool really nicely, honestly.
Yeah, and I do want to add, we had Cold Fusion in the last map pool as our Hybrid 3, and that was kind of like a mini tiebreaker. But this map is kind of like a mini Purple Palace, if you really think.
Yeah,
like if you.
That's actually very true. Yeah, a lot of people during testing did compare this to Purple Palace because it does really. I mean, it's very reminiscent. The sort of vibe that you get here is definitely that's definitely the case, and I mean you can see. In this background created by Alex Dunk, thank you very, very much, was able to get this background in, and I mean, it really does feel like you're stepping into a portal to another dimension, another universe, really. And it's just like another universe of patterns and another universe of players who can somehow combo through every pattern imaginable. It is absolutely incredible the level at which we're actually going to push these players for this round, and I mean they're going to handle it, and it's just going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, but with that being said, we will be rounding out our hybrid pool with that, and we'll be moving on to our LNs. Mitt, I think you'd be a bit better at saying this. I don't know any Japanese.
Yeah, this is Kyusei Argyros. Argyros is a Greek word, so yeah. But this is our timing hell pick, aka LN coordination.
Yeah, and definitely you already see these timing hell patterns just throughout. We have these longer LNs at the same time having to. It's just like a variety of lengths of LNs. So it really takes a lot of finger control to be able to play. I know. Ellen Master here definitely played this a lot and had a lot of difficulty just being able to really combo this map in general, just because of how difficult it is to be able to coordinate all these LNs together and having at least a decent amount of accuracy.
Yeah, I actually want to say this is probably the hardest LN map according to our playtesters, but I mean we saw these players in the top 3 teams and as well as top 6 as well, crushing these this exact genre of map. So I mean, we only made it a little bit harder. This can't be that bad, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you would think it wouldn't be that bad, but I definitely think that like, honestly, it's just so much. It's, we see kind of these anchors, not as much as we see in other timing hells. However, I think this map has a different kind of difficulty that we see compared to other timing hells. I think it's mostly based on like the longer LNs that are kind of just sustained throughout this entire map. You kind of are always holding down one LN for like up to a second, honestly, and that just causes so many problems.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is also extremely chokeable, extremely tiring, and I mean, I don't know how like LN gear teams will want to pick this, because this is definitely the one that will tire out everyone like basically immediately, so you definitely want to save this towards the end of the match.
Yeah, and as you did say, this map is very tiring. It's nearly 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and there are very few breaks, and in general with LN maps there aren't too many breaks just because you can kind of be continually holding an LN throughout this entire map and really just like forget basically about the break, but you'll still feel the strain from having to be able to release at basically a perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely, like, all these releases, I mean, this guitar solo as well. This map does not hold back at all, and we are in Grand Final, so it really is fitting, but I don't know, it's really, really just, you have to have the physicality, you have to have the coordination, you have to have the stamina, everything you need for this map.
Yeah, and here's, I guess, our first break in quotes, but we see basically full inverse, so still you have to keep in the mentality of that you're playing in the tournament and just continually try getting as best of judgments as possible. And we're getting up to this ending, and that break definitely is not going to be enough for you at this point. And it just continually goes on, these kind of streamy LNs, but as well like these longer LNs having to be able to hold those. And here we see, I guess, more of an anchory pattern, as well as like these kind of shields, LN shields and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Snap just goes on for forever, and just so many shields, so many of these, like, all these... Ooh, there's like that ending as well. Those kind of little bursts of LNs. And yeah, that was Mysterion's Kyusei Argyros, and that was our LN1. This is our LN2, Selenadia 1.05 by Chryslerline. Let's take a look.
Yeah, and this is our more density-oriented LN, and you'll definitely see that later on. Chryslerline being quite known for density. We have seen different kind of maps from them in previous pools. However, this is definitely a lot more pure density, and probably one of the easier LNs, honestly. But with that being said, it is at 240 BPM basically. LN kind of jump streams, so easier is not really a good word for it.
Yeah, I mean, these patterns clock in at 238 BPM, and the patterning is very, very dense. And I mean, it just goes to show, like, we're here at 238 BPM inverse, and it's just absolutely incredible, sort of, the level of density that this map has. And it doesn't even, this isn't even the hard part yet. We're not even at the hard part yet.
Yeah, honestly, that was just like your warm-up for the actual difficulty. Here we see a bit more increase in density, a bit more longer LNs, and here we actually should be getting into the hardest part. Keep in mind that this is at 70 or 7.5 OD, so that's honestly super high for an LN map, especially of this difficulty.
Yeah, I would say it's high, but also I think it's fairly reasonable considering how, I guess, maybe it's more straightforward to hold accuracy on this kind of map, compared to maybe Kyusei Argyros, which was all over the place in terms of releases and coordination and accuracy. You just need OD7 to... We gotta be nice, you know? But this one, you can push the OD up a little bit.
Yeah, this map is definitely a bit more comfy, but still the physicality required to play this map, we see in this last bit. We see it just kind of ramp up a lot more. So many places where people can just take breaks, so many places...
Yeah, these anchors right here, this is the hard part right here. The hamstring.
That's just inverse. That was just inverse.
It's basically inverse. And yeah, that was our density pick. It was 238 BPM, and okay, we can get straight into our LN3, Mugen houyou. And this, I'm sure some of you will be familiar with this. This was uploaded probably a couple months ago, maybe a little bit more than that. And yeah, this is our LN Burst wildcard, I would say.
Oh yeah, definitely. This map is super, super bursty. This intro, honestly, isn't that bad. You definitely see a lot more difficulty coming out in the later half. This first half is definitely a lot more density oriented, so it is 270 BPM, so it's super, super fast. But the patterning itself isn't honestly that hard to be able to, I guess, comprehend. But that just really is not the case for the later half.
I want to say this is probably, like, I mean, personally, I think this is the easiest LN map. But I think a lot of people who are probably in the range of the player base that is going to be playing this pool next weekend will probably think that this is the second easiest behind LN2, because LN2 is very straightforward density with, like, I guess, lower BPM. But yeah, it's still fairly difficult, and it's not like easy as in it's free. It's definitely very, very difficult. These bursts and everything are definitely. It's just there's no stopping with this sort of map. It's you go in, you play these extremely brutal bursts and that trill, and then you come out. Like it's 2 minutes of just this, and that you're done, right? It's very quick, and it's very fast-paced as well.
Yeah, and I definitely think especially those bursts at the end can cause a lot of trouble after having to play basically 2 minutes of density. You go into like very small bursts, going in and out of patterning, going in and out of like really fast timings, and that causes some misses, some 200s to come out.
And yeah, I mean that's for okay. I guess we're gonna go straight into LN4. This is our LN technical pick. Born to Lose by Guden.
Yeah, and honestly, this is another one of the more difficult maps, probably a bit below LN1, but still definitely super, super hard. We already see these kind of inverse patterns, like 3+1-esque, but this map doesn't really let up at all. And, you know, we just continue to see in this section a lot of these, I guess, like, LN shields just scattered throughout the entire map. And we do see, I guess, a bit more of a break than we saw in some of the other maps. This map is 3 minutes and 15 seconds, so do keep that in mind. This is one of the longer LNs. I think, to round out this LN category, this map is probably a bit more something that people are going to be opting to play, I hope. And we really just see what is it called? A more difficult section right here. It's so techy. We have the really awkward snappings that the releases are hit to, or mapped to, and then also the LN shields that are added on top of it, and we're only halfway through the map.
And yeah, I mean, this is a very, very difficult pick. You're noticing a lot of these shields. And honestly, I will say this is like, if coordination didn't really have that much coordination, it was more of a technical side of a map, and that's really what this map is. It's just very, very technical overall. Very, I guess, unconventional patterning for LNs overall.
Yeah, I mean, in general, this kind of song isn't really what many people actually map LN to, so it definitely gives a different, I guess, insight in terms of LN. And here we see basically inverse on 2 of the columns, and oh my god, I know a lot of people, even last year on like kind of Testify, we saw that, and so many people messed up on that. So we will be seeing that, except not in one of the hybrid pools, instead on one of the LN maps, so something that a lot more people may be opting to actually play.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, I guess, maybe a little bit more of a trend. But yeah, I mean, this map is really, really brutal.
Yeah, and it definitely has a bit more breaks than some of the other LN maps. With that being said, just having more breaks doesn't really mean all that much, because the physicality in this required isn't too heavy, honestly, so you won't be losing too much stamina, but having the mental fortitude really to be able to continually hold an FC on this map for the whole 3 minutes duration after having to play basically these mini jacks consistently throughout the entirety and not having to basically double tap, you'll find so many issues on it.
But yeah, and I mean, that was LN4. That closes out pretty much everything except for the SVs. And let's take a look. Pacharaj, introduce us.
Yeah, let's go into the SVs. What some of you may have been waiting for. This is a collaboration between Arcat and myself. So some of the mappers you've been guessing, well, here you go. I'm making a return from qualifiers, and this SV map, this SV1 is really, really aggressive on the SV. The gimmicks are incredibly snappy, and this is incredibly misleading. the LN does not actually go all the way, it goes halfway. You have to go into the editor to figure it out, but it's essentially a kind of telegraph, but it is kind of a misdirecting telegraph, which is really hard to reason about, and that first drop might be the hardest part of the map itself. And the rest of the map is not easy by any means. It gives a lot of reading tricks. This is one of them. You have to basically look at the bottom of your screen and just deal with it. And well, the 998k on this, thank you Odyssey for this replay. It is an incredible score. It might be easier to act this map by the virtue that this entire map is on 1/4, and this map is also OD6. Why is it OD6, you might ask? This song originally is 150 BPM. We had to speed that up because 150 BPM is quadable. And so 175 BPM, you have to have OD6 so that it's not entirely quadable. So this was very much calculated. And yeah, this is, among the two SVs, this is probably the most aggressive one. And the SV2, compared to last year's Symphony OP1, is going to be a lot more, I want to say underwhelming, but it is also somewhat kind of more adjusting our tournament expectations, because as some people might know, Symphony OP1 is like really hard, maybe too hard for a tournament situation. So we're just correcting the difficulty here.
Yeah, and I would say course correction is fairly needed, especially with how the SV performance has been going for the past few rounds. But I mean, you guys are definitely not holding back with these maps here, as we can very clearly see with this map, and I'm sure that the next map will be no shortage of crazy SV madness.
So yeah, without further ado, we will introduce the last map, the last non-TB map of the entire tournament. This is my map of Digiprofen. And this is going to be kind of a more memorization-oriented type of SV, but it also kind of features some reading tricks. And yeah, I feel like this pick, as long as it is 3 minutes and 14 seconds, encompasses kind of a little bit of everything that this tournament has featured. Teleports, fake outs, slowdowns, missnaps. I think there's pretty much everything included in there. And that wasn't entirely on purpose, but this song, I think the most difficult thing about this song is that there's incredible variety in this song. This song is so good, by the way. So yeah,
I do want to point out the grace note kind of effect that you have, the 1/4 in earlier in this map, and I do think that they appear again. That part I mentioned to someone a while ago, but I did say that it seemed like the exact kind of thing that would trip me up specifically, because of the fact that you would, I guess, have an internal clock on this map, and then that sort of patterning that has accents that don't necessarily land on where you're used to landing. That is what really throws players off on these kinds of maps.
Yeah, I think this song is really unconventional as well, so there's less of a footing you can get a hold to, especially if you're kind of more used to rhythmically, I guess, anchored picks such as Mula, which is SV1, as a reminder. So this one is more of a, you have to spend a lot of time to learn it. I love this gimmick, by the way. Thank you, Zero to Snow, for introducing this gimmick to me. That gimmick was part of a kind of rejected work in progress by Zero to Snow, and I stole it. So thank you very much, Zero to Snow. I just want to shout out Zero to Snow for that.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not that great at SV, but this map definitely seems, honestly, probably one of the more fun maps to learn. Those quad baits definitely looks super enjoyable to be able to, I guess, memorize, having to play this map multiple times. I actually think that the current teams actually may be able to play SV, unlike last year, honestly. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to see these SVs be picked since they're so interesting.
Yeah, I think this map in particular might be easier to handle than Mula, just by the virtue of the fact that Mula is incredibly aggressive. This is more, I guess, gentle in a way. And the fact that this is gentle makes it more affordable to learn, in my opinion. And for example, Walter, among our playtester team, has been hard-walled on Mula. And this is the last replay from Walter, by the way. And yeah, Walter wasn't able to handle Mula, but was able to handle this. So it's up to the teams to decide what they can handle or what they cannot handle.
And yeah, that does close out the last non-TB pick of this map pool. I just want to say a quick thank you before we all get into the tiebreaker. Quick shout out to everyone involved up in the higher ups, I guess, like Azer, Chilier, Leo, Mango, all of the artists who have made OC originals, and just you know who you are. And I just want to give a quick thank you to every single one of you. And there's not enough time to name everyone here, unfortunately. But yeah, I just want to say we are going to get into the tiebreaker. But first, I do want to say a quick disclaimer that we actually maybe change the rules a little bit here. Let's lay it down like this. We built a machine that can transport you to different universes and grab their tiebreakers instead. So let's have it. The grand finals tiebreaker of MWC 2023. Let's go.
Whee!
Let's fucking go.
multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and grapple with myriad possibilities that hope is vacant. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the indomitable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless.
Oh my goodness.
Holy guacamole!
Oh my god.
How does it even get that fast? My god, 440 BPM? That map is insane. It really did come from another universe, huh?
Yeah, we really pulled it out from the most difficult, like, the universe where they play the hardest maps ever. And honestly, I don't have any words. It's like it's been how many years? This is my 5th year pooling for MWC, and this is also the 10th year of MWC. And I mean, we did it. We have a chameleon tiebreaker, and it's probably the best thing I could ask for right now. It's just everything. It's just a culmination of everything that we've worked for, and I don't know. I don't have any words because I'm just so happy that we've actually managed to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much that could be said about this map. It's all over the place, but in a good way, 100%. It has such difficult LN sections just throughout the intro and at the end especially, and then the right section just ramps up so quickly throughout the middle and end section. It's just so many places for people to just do basically anything. If anyone else sees this map, I would be super impressed, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that we were we're able to pull this off, and I do want a quick shout out, of course, to Camellia, who is the star here. Really, this song, this whole now wouldn't be possible without them, and I'm just really, really happy that we're all able to contribute our little. I mean, 11 mappers on this map here. It was me, Toph Daddy, Alexire, Guden, Mysterion, Lemon Guy, CRZ Chrysler Lean, Abraxos, Aqualex, DZ0, aka Darkstar, and Billiam Moto. All 11 of us mapped this phenomenal tiebreaker, and I'm just so excited to, if we ever get a tiebreaker match in next week, I will scream, I will just blow my mind. I'm sure everyone will say the same, and I just thank you everyone who made this happen, Mango, K2, and everyone else, and thank you so much. There's just so many people to name, and I mean, the last screen of this map does show the whole list of names. If you want to go check out the full list of credits for everyone. And thank you so much to Nafi for creating the storyboard. Unfortunately, the video was a little bit hard to see because of the background dim, but that's, if you play the map with no background dim, you will see the whole storyboard in all its glory, etc., etc. And thank you so much, of course, to Muka, who set this play, aka Muchi. This was a somewhat of a last-minute thing. I don't think it's completely last minute, but they were still managed to set such an amazing score on this map, despite it being so difficult. And I just want to say thank you all again. And I'm so proud of everything that we've done as a community, as a team. We've made this happen, and I'm so grateful, I'm so honored, and thank you all once more. Any last words?
I guess I can really shout out the playtesting team in general, since, I mean, I feel like everyone who's been doing playtesting has really gotten, I guess, close to each other, and it's been just such a blast being able to play these maps through and through. It's just like, it's really good to be able to see everyone's hard work really pay off, being able to have basically probably the best map pool that I've seen in a while, with just everything. Honestly, this whole tournament has been just so fun to be able to watch and to be able to play the maps and stuff, and I'm really proud of everybody who's been able to, I guess, help out in any way basically in terms of the map pooling team, because they've really been putting overtime. I think especially the mappers, especially you, Mint, I think you've been putting your work in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope others do as well.
Yeah, as the 5th year of me pooling MWC and also the 10th year of MWC in general, I really wanted this year to be the year that we made all of this possible. Not just the Grand Finals tiebreaker, of course, but every single pool. I worked so hard, and I'm sure everyone else worked just as hard to make this pool the best map pool you've ever seen, and I sincerely hope that we've managed to achieve that. I just want to thank you everyone so much again.
Pataraj, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, just thank you for the phenomenal work everyone's been putting in, and everyone, thank you also for enjoying it, and we wouldn't be here without you.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of getting a bit emotional. It's like really being able to have this tiebreaker in. It's just shown in all the work that's being played. Really shows in the skill level that the players are at. I just want to say also congratulations to US, Korea, and of course Indonesia. Congrats to Indonesia especially, who I believe this is their first time in top 3 in a while, if it isn't. I just want to congratulate them in being able to get to this top 3 podium finisher. I know it's super stressful to be able to play in this tournament, especially at just like such a high level, having to play week in, week out, consistently trying your best, playing these map pools. It's just, I hope y'all are able to play this pool. I hope y'all enjoy it, and I hope others who just play this map pool randomly throughout their sessions, throughout the years, I hope y'all do enjoy these maps. I hope everybody just is happy with it.
For sure. I mean, there's just so much to say about this map pool, really. And I suppose we'll just have to wait and see for everything to go through. And yeah, the last 3 teams are left. They still need to get that final, I guess, moment of like to be able to. I mean, they're all in the podium, but that coveted first place spot and that first place badge is just looking ever so sweet right now, I'm sure, for all these 3 teams remaining. And I'm sure they're all really gunning for it here. And there's no better way, really, to support those teams than buying a banner on the Osu store for $2.50. And what's stopping you from doing that, eh? Like, come on. Let's go.
Yeah, be sure to buy banners. They're amazing. They're like, oh my god, you'll look so cool if you choose the winning team. I think like you'd be the best person in the world if you are able to buy a banner. Especially, you'll be just so much cooler. You'll have everything that you want in your life. Just buy a banner. It's only $2.50. That's like what, 5 gumballs, 6 gumballs, I think. You know, maybe you won't buy those 6
like that.
gumballs.
It's like 5, yeah, maybe a few gumballs. But yeah, I just do want to say the banners will be live until Friday, and you won't be able to buy one after Friday. So get them in while it's still hot, you know. So yeah, thank you all so much. Schedules, etc., will be up, I'm sure, very, very soon, or maybe they're already up right now. I don't know, I haven't checked. But yeah, that is it for me. This is probably my last time being on the mic this year for OSU Live. You probably won't see me again until next year, because I'm going to take a very long vacation in the Bahamas.
Wow.
Yeah, and it goes without saying that Min deserves an extensive break. I've seen Min put so much work into this, and honestly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Min absolutely carried this MWC. So, just huge thanks.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that. I've like seen so many nights where she's in VCs with other people playtesting continuously, especially in these past like a couple weeks. It's been really a grind. I just want to thank you once again, Mitt. You've been such a help. You're such a great person. You're such a great mapper, such a great pooler in general. It's so fun to be able to work with.
Thank you so much. I mean, I really couldn't have done it without the help of everyone else, and it's really just, I feel like, even though maybe I coordinated a lot of the decisions in the map pool, I really couldn't have done it without all of these wonderful mappers, all of these wonderful playtesters, and everyone else who supported me along the way, and all of my close friends and such, you know. But with that being said, I mean, let's not make this all about me. This is about the remaining 3 teams who will be facing off next weekend. Make sure you catch those streams because it is going to be exciting. There's no telling who's going to be winning until you catch those streams. So you guys better catch those streams. Come on, you know you wanna. This is a really exciting pool, really exciting matchups here, and I'm itching to find out who will rise to the top and get that number 1 in MWC 4K 2023. Now, who's with me?
Woohoo! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go to the last stretch, and I'm so excited to see how it all ends up.
Good luck!
Yeah, and I suppose now is about a good time to close the stream off. We'll be here waiting for you next weekend. Thank you all so much for watching and supporting us this whole way through. Goodbye!
Bye-bye!
See you on the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Osumania 4K World Cup 2023. We just witnessed a very hard-fought losers finals, and now we are in the penultimate stop in this tournament. A little side stop as well. This is gonna be an exciting show match for you guys. My name is Dynascape, and I am joined in the booth by none other than Mashed Potato. How are we doing?
I am doing great, and just look at that lineup over there. Absolutely mouth-watering from both of these teams. How are
Yeah,
you feeling, Dynascape?
I'm feeling great. This is such an exciting treat. It's so cool to see a lot of the playtesters and a lot of the standout players in the tournament themselves being on these teams, and it's quite refreshing too to see like people of different countries play together. So I'm sure this will be a very, very fun one.
And we really do hope that this match does go down to the tiebreaker, because, I mean, what is better than a Camellia tiebreaker to top it off?
Yeah, for sure. And looking at these teams, I mean, it's totally possible. I think discussing it, All Stars Red team seems to be like very top heavy in terms of how their players are stacked up, whereas All Stars Blue should be a bit more consistent. And I think they might be a bit more varied in their skill sets overall.
I do agree also. I think Team Blue does have a more well-rounded skill set, with players, many of these players being able to play in quite a lot of the maps throughout the map pools, while Team Red does have a wildcard player whose name is Miyuchi.
Yeah, you can never really go in line with expectations when Mewtwo is in play. So that's going to be obviously a player to watch out for. But of course, you know, All Stars Red having very good players in their own regard, with people like Lot, or just LN, maybe Pavin, Tilipango for Rice, stuff like that. And then, I mean, one thing I'd love to see is All Stars Blue pick SV.
Oh yes, I want to see Crew K play SV, especially on like SV1. SV1 looks so crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'd say when SB1 pops up. It's just, there's so many tricks in that map sleeve that it's just way too hard.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is that there's actually no bans in this show match, so SV can definitely be picked.
And it's gonna be very scary for all players playing that, because I mean, you can't dodge it. With you knowing that there's no bans, pretty much you have, if you're assigned to play SV on one of the teams, it's like you have to grind those two maps so much in order to get in a good score overall.
Yeah, it's going to be inevitable that one of these SV is going to be picked from either of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I guess before we start, do you have any expectations for the actual grand finals later today or I guess tomorrow in UTC, 3:30 UTC?
Oh, I think it's going to be super close. We saw South Korea absolutely dominating against Indonesia with crazy team scores. So yeah, the US might be a bit more scared, but on the other hand, the US, I think this is basically you get flashback from 2015, I think 2015, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
Yeah, the super team that is. I think this is probably their best chance, in my opinion, their best chance to take the victory home for the teams of United States.
Yeah, 100%. I think that it's totally possible, within the realm of possibility, that South Korea gets a tiebreaker versus the US. But overall, I think I just gotta go for my boys. And since this is a show match and I'm not actually commentating it, I can show my bias and predict 7-4 for the US, no bracket reset.
I think I'm also similar to yours. I'm thinking maybe South Korea getting all the 4 points on LNs, and then that's where like they start to lose their steam on like the hybrid picks, where I think US does have a really big advantage against them.
Exactly, I think that's where they get stopped. And as the rolls come out, Mewtwo rolling a 16, not the greatest. I think Els is the other captain. 49, also not the greatest, but good enough.
Yeah, so I think that's gonna be the first pick, right? They're gonna get to pick first. No bans, no protects.
Yeah, no, nothing. Blue's just gonna be able to pick first. And what does Team Blue want? Because if we look at their team, they've got Konkawa, Kruke, Grill Roasted, May, Quotient, and Els. So I think it's
I don't
pretty
know.
LN leaning, right? LN or SP?
Yeah, Ellen. Yeah, I think so. So Ellen, they have like Girl Roasted. I mean, Kuke is also really good Ellen, and also of course, you have the latest iteration of the Ellen tournament winner, Els as well. So yeah, Ellen would be a good shout out for sure.
Yeah, Grill Roasted is pretty interesting. We didn't get to see much of them. This MWC unfortunately knocked out pretty early, but there is a reason why Grill Roasted got second place in the latest iteration of tournament. I mean, just such a good player. I watched that guy just 99.8, like a 5, almost 6-star live map, and that was like the craziest thing to me. So
Oh my
definitely
God.
someone on All Stars Blue to look out for when I think LN is in play. I think they can also play SV pretty well. I'm not sure who will back up Crew K when it comes to SV, but I mean, whoever it is, gonna be some very good supporting scores.
Yeah, but SV wise, I think maybe it's a bit more risky just because Crew K score might be countered by the likes of Lottery as well. Oh, Lot, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it might be one of those things where Lot is able to kind of nullify a couple of different people on the SV team for Blue, but is it gonna be enough? I don't know.
And we might not be able to know for a couple of more maps because LN3 is going to be picked first.
Yeah, Mugen Hoyo, the wild card pick of this map pool, should be very, very interesting and a great way to start it off with a bang as well, because this map is extremely bursty. A lot of places where you can chain this.
Indeed, and yeah, bursty and super high speed as well. Much faster than, actually a bit faster than LN2, and has the density to back up as well. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of missed potential throughout this map.
And of course, it is the Grand Finals map pool, so I mean, I don't expect everyone to play 100% perfectly, and you know, they were called in for a showcase, showmatch showcase. So we're gonna see who each team is gonna field. I think Red is probably gonna have Muchi at all times for the most part. Blue definitely gonna have Emily. Not sure who else is gonna be in play for them.
Maybe Girlsted. Yeah, Girlsted is on the other side. Should be in Team Blue as well. Yeah, and yeah, Miyuchi, Pavan, Silifanko. Oh my god, look at that lineup.
Yeah, that is a lineup and a half. I mean, you've got Muchi, got Silly Fangirl, who, you know, obviously has done so well as a veteran of MWC, just a very driving force behind Team Brazil. And then Pavan, one of the standout players definitely from MWC this year, absolutely killed it through every map that they played throughout this tournament. You know, a big reason as to why Thailand got this far, and, you know, such a big player. And then on Blue, we've got Quotient, Grill Roasted, and Emily. So very, very solid lineup from them as well. I just don't know who's going to win off of this, just looking at the players. I think it's very, very even.
I am not sure either. I think we're going to see right from the intro. Maybe you see how comfortable these players are. I think they're going to crush these maps, though. I do believe that they are very, very good at. All of these players are in the All Stars team for a reason. They are really good at LNs.
Yeah, and we start off with a lot of inverse here, so definitely best not to drop in this very critical section. But then once the bursts are added in the second half, that's where you really want to keep, I guess, your accuracy as high as possible.
Oh, Silly Fango with the first miss, and actually his accuracy dropped down to 98.7 now, the high 98. So bit of a struggle after the intro.
Yeah, I mean, when these density patterns are, you know, reaching 270 BPM, it's very, very hard. You see Els with a 99.2, still keeping that FC. Quotient doing just a little better, 99.3. 3-8, but Mewtwo is absolutely killing it right now. Definitely a reason as to why Red Team has that 2,000 point lead currently. Only FC on the board for their team, but 99.74 is outstanding.
Who else does pick up a miss? And now the score is going to the 5 digits. Silly Fangirl and Pavin has picked up their momentum once again after the miss, but Pavin missed and traded by Silska Els as well.
It's very hard because Pavin and Silka Els are pretty much in line with each other. Quotient finally dropping, so no more FCs on All-Stars Blue. But of course for All-Stars Red, we see Mewtwo still keeping up, still the driving horse. Finally dropped.
That's a big drop from Mewtwo right now, and that could potentially sway the score lead right back to Team Blue. It's still incredibly close right now. I think they need a bit more push, maybe a miss from any of the players in Team Red. And as soon as I said that, Pavin got a miss.
Yeah, perfect timing on that curse. I mean, the burst just rolled in, but Pavin taking a big hit. Quotient finally trading it back. So 10,000 point lead for Red as the map dies out. It got very, very close in a couple places, but I mean, I guess when the burst kept coming in, Blue took just a little bit more damage than Red. And of course, a big reason as to why All-Stars Red got that win was Mewtwo.
Yeah, just look at that. 200 counts, like 5. How do you just get it? The second lowest is Girlroasted with 26, not even close to Mewtwo.
Yeah, I think Silly Fangirl did a really, really good job holding combo for as long as they did. I think highest combo in the lobby in general, so that's also a big reason as to why Red soared in terms of points towards the back half of the map. So also it's Red taking a very early break point, gonna get the next pick.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to pick. Maybe go to the Rice lane, maybe? I just think having a player like Miyuchi playing on Rice is just like it's just gonna give the team such a huge score advantage straight already.
Yeah, I mean they do have a very, very deadly Rice lineup. I don't know who would play Rice for All-Stars Blue. Maybe something like Quotient, Grill Roasted, and I don't know, but
techno music. I see techno music from the chat from Yuchi.
I mean, it makes so much sense. Like, there's no reason not to pick techno music if you are All-Stars Red.
Are we gonna see it? I think they're just discussing right now, but I would be so excited. Just because a throwback, Miyuchi got the first ever 100% in MWC. I think that's like the first time ever.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, you have to be interested in what kind of scores they can put out on Shinsa, which is techno music. And we are gonna see it.
It's going to be picked, and I was so interested to see how these players are going to fare in these Jap picks. I'm expecting Konkawa to be in this in Team Blue as well, just because Konkawa has been kind of the main Rise player for Team Thailand as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have Quotient and Emily in so far. I'm not sure if they're trying to make any swap outs, but of course, Yuchi and Silly Fangirl in for All-Stars Red as well as J Sleep Girl.
Yeah, I think May is coming in as well, actually. And yeah, there we go. May is actually going to be playing for Team Blue, but no appearance of Konkawa just yet.
Pretty interesting to see. I guess maybe May just has a higher physical ceiling. Maybe this is finally the point where Konkawa, lacks a little and doesn't scale as well into the pool. It is grand finals, so these 168 jacks are very hard.
I mean, I do not blame Konkawa at all. It is just grand finals pool where basically the map poolers have all of their, ability to pick the hardest map they want to pick.
Yep, and we are getting Kruke in, subbed out for Silueska Els, so star appearance here.
First appearance from Kruke, it might not be the last one either.
Oh, definitely not. I think Blue might, want to pick SV after this.
Yeah, for sure. And here we go. And Team Red actually only Pavian is only the person getting dropped out for JH League Girl.
Yeah, and we haven't seen My Angel Kapomi yet. I'm not sure which maps they'd want to be in. And then, of course, we are going to see a lot later on down the line, especially for SV.
For sure. And we're getting the MP start command from our referee, Yazet. And here we go. The second map of this match. The Rise 4 Jack pick.
Finally getting some techno music in here, and finger control is absolutely needed here at every point in this map. Not only that, but the stamina component as well, being 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
It's just straight up 167 BPM Jack for 3 minutes straight. No, a bit of small, tiny breaks here and there, but it's just jacks after jacks after jacks.
Yeah, definitely. I like what you said there. You don't really get a break. There are a couple beats where you aren't hitting anything, maybe a couple measures where density does, seem a little low, but pretty much after this intro, you are into the thick of it.
It's just going to be the Jack lane for the next 3 minutes. And after this Allen sections, here we go.
Finally, the density ramps up and players are really tested now. How long can you hold on to this combo?
Oh, the accuracy is so even across the board. The lowest is 99.78 from Kuke and Silly Fangirl.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about that. 99.8 right now is the lowest, but we find ourselves with a couple of players slipping in accuracy as this map goes on. A little bit bled in for All-Stars Blue, All-Stars Red, just keeping these slides of leads, and finally Ocean and May get a double break.
That is huge for teams All-Star right now. They're still having 3 full combos and now the accuracy lead as well. And just look at on the top right now. Ryuchi with 99.98%.
Yeah, 100%. I did not want to mention it lest I, curse anyone. JH League Girl finally finding one break, but another at least is needed in order to tie up the combo deficiency.
But it's gotta be a very tall order to ask, just because, Miyuchi and Silly Fangirl being really consistent players as well.
Yeah, and especially because not only is there a combo deficiency on board and finally Silly Fangirl ties it up, there's still an accuracy deficiency, and Mei, Kruke, and Quotient really need to keep their accuracies up in order for things to, stay their way.
Yeah, but Silly Fangirl does pick up another miss, and now the score lead is going back to Team Blue, but it's very small. Quotient and Silly Fangirl does trade out a miss for each team.
Yeah, that was a really nice trade. I think overall favors Red just a little bit. JH League Girl finally finding another break. Yuchi the only FC on board, but actually no, Kruke is still FC. I totally forgot about him. 99.7, that's a really good score for them. Just needs to keep it up until the rest of the map.
Oh, but Quotient does pick up a miss, and now the score is going right back. And now everyone in the red team has reached the combo cap limit. So their score is actually going to gain quite a lot now.
And we've seen so many back and forths in this match. Anything can really happen in this last 10th.
Kruke does pick up a lot of accuracy break and a combo break to top it off. And yeah, I think that seals the deal for Team Team Blue, and there we go. The second point for Team Red, and a 999 from Miyuchi.
It seems inhuman. Like,
no,
you have to throw a capture test at Miyuchi before the start of every tournament match.
What? How do you? I'm just ran out of words. You do not just 999k in a grand finals map pool.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to be like sent to Osu prison or something. It's got to be illegal. It has to violate the Geneva Convention in some way.
And what a way to get a point there for Team Red.
Yeah, just a breakout performance. I can't even say breakout performance. Just a standard Yuka score, really. and All Stars Red doubling up on their points 2-0. It is All Stars Blue's turn to pick, but what do they pick after they got beat on LN3?
I think maybe go for it. Go for it. Go for the SV. That might be the pick.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple times where you can pull the trigger on SV, and I think it's definitely one of those times when you're down 0-2, you lost the first break point.
Oh, and Else is going to go
Don't tell
roll.
me you're rolling
Yeah,
for the entire map pool.
oh, that's SV2. That's SV2. Roll 15 is like the biggest one, right? So that's SV2. Oh, I think she's rolling the pick.
I mean, rolled a 15, that'd be SV2. Rolled again, got a 14, that'd be SV1. I think, the stars are really aligning.
Yeah, it's just SV. It's just SV1 or SV2. You have to pick it. You roll it, so you have to pick it. You have to stick to your words. The host has stepped in and chose SV2.
Wow, so I think we are gonna see... Oh!
Something is going on right now.
A couple of technical difficulties as we try to find out which map is really wanting to be played by All Stars Blue.
But right now the song that's being played is SV2. So we do hope for one of the SV to be played in this match.
It's kind of a toss-up, but I do think SV2 is probably the map that you want to pick right now, and maybe save SV1 at a time where Cortex can kind of get in a couple of retries on the map as they're not playing for it. Because Cortex just came in for this Corjack pick, so I mean definitely that memorization part could come in handy later on.
Cortex just said he played this map 4 times. Not a good
Okay.
look. No, actually though, he playing this 4 times is like me playing it like 50 times.
Yeah, that's true. I think Cortex usually goes into the hyperbolic time chamber when they play an SV map. Something just happens in those couple of plays where you can get like years worth of experience, you know,
It's like
in a matter of days.
Yeah, it's like time dilation in a nutshell right there. 3 days, no, 3 minutes of practice for Cortex. It's like 3 hours of practice for a normal human being.
Exactly. So I mean, yeah, Cortex's got 4 plays on this map, but I mean, definitely someone to never count out.
For sure, and Law is also on the other side as well, so also someone who shouldn't be counted as well, the main SV player in the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, it is very hard though because apparently Law did not practice this either.
Nice!
And in fact, Quotient coming in and saying that they're here to sight read the map. So overall, it is a show match, so not much is to be expected, but we are going to get a couple of funny scores on SV2.
I think that's just all for funsies, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It is all for funsies, so we're going to see some fun scores.
No, some of these players might be lying though. They say, oh, I didn't practice, oh, I'm sight reading this, and then they're gonna get 990k on SV2.
Yeah, I mean, it is, very much a mental game in the span of a 1st to 7 match, so, saying that you didn't practice when you actually did is the first step in having the psychic overhand over your opponent.
And Team Blue is actually going to replace their sight readers from Quotient to Konkawa, I think.
So maybe Konkawa has a couple plays on this map. I mean, that'd be better than apparently some of these players. And then
No, Konkawa just said sight read game.
All right. We haven't seen the 3rd player for All Stars Red come in. I'm not sure who wants to play this.
Be a 2v3 actually. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess All Stars Red deliberating on who to send into their deaths. I feel like, you had to be ready for an SV pick and, have, a general lineup of, or know who you're gonna play on what SV map, but Red just apparently dumbfounded right now. And as Yaze says in the client chat, it seems like everyone is very scared of SV2. My Angel Kokomi coming in for All Stars Red finally, and we are gonna see, I think, the final iterations, the 6 players that are coming into this map.
Yeah, and we're going to see my Angel Kokomi and Konkawi for the first time in this match as well. And that is everyone. I think that's everyone in the lineup for both teams playing at least one map throughout this match.
Yeah, I think so too. Definitely don't forget No Fail, because we don't want an incident happening in this match.
Yeah, and considering how half of the lobby is like practically sight reading, you should be getting no fail on as well.
So, and my Angel Kokomi even saying in the chat that they just downloaded this map.
Oh,
so,
God.
I mean, I'm so excited to see what happens when, you know, maybe up to 4 players in a 6-player match are sight reading a grand finals SV2.
I think we might be able to learn some, alphabet here. We're gonna be some A, B, C, and S.
Yeah, I mean, S might be a stretch at this point,
Well,
but
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
some B's, C's, maybe a D.
Yep, so we might be actually learning the alphabet. Yeah, we can just see like the top row is like, oh, they're doing really well in SU, and just the bottom row is just there.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too, like the positions kind of lined up. Lot finally taking a break. They got the first part down, but that's just about it. Kruke with their 4 plays, leading the entire lobby as everyone on the bottom half of the screen are currently sinking.
Yeah, they are not having a great time. Angel Kokomi is down to the 69%. Nice.
Yeah, nice score from them so far. I mean, pretty much everyone on the bottom half not over an 85. L's doing just a little bit better than the other 3, but Kruke also doing better than Lot. So big lead for All Stars Blue early on.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that Kruke is just absolutely tearing this map apart. So is Lot, but just that score difference is too big right now for Team Red to take the score lead.
Yeah, I mean, Lot did well after that first break. It's just like the innate accuracy just isn't there, taking up a lot of 300s and 200s where the memory kind of fails them. My Angel Kokomi was struggling with a 69 earlier, finally up to a 76. That's very impressive by them. Just ahead with Konkawe at an 80%, and then Sleep Fangirl actually stunning Selenadia else, overtaking the lead from her, 87 to the 85.
I think the accuracies from the bottom row actually kind of cancels each other out quite a fair bit, actually.
Yeah, it kind of evens out, but of course the big reason as to why also
this
is
part.
winning is
this
Kruke.
part.
How are you doing this on 4 plays?
Well, actually, Lot is actually catching up to Kruke right now. The accuracy is really close.
Yeah,
And Lot does pick up a miss.
Takes a break, but I mean that was very, very scary for a second.
Yeah, I mean, apologies a lot. And everyone actually gets a combo break from there.
That was a very, very hard section. Only a fourth of the map left. How many people have honed in the last section of the map? Probably no one but Kruke and Lot.
Yeah, we just see the difference in the accuracy if you have practiced for the SV and if you haven't practiced for the SV.
Exactly. I think maybe Els and the Silly Fangirl might have gotten like a couple tries on this map. It seems like they're faring a bit better than Konkawe and my Angel Kokomi.
Yeah, indeed. But I think this score lead is practically confirmed, confirming the first point for Team Blue.
Definitely, and what a way to take it. SB2 was definitely the right choice at the right time.
Yeah, the slow jam section right here. Quite a lot of players are struggling, but we still see four combos. And there we go.
Great performance. Can I just say it was really funny to see Selenadia Els quadding for her life on those final couple of notes. Like, just gotta make sure that I get this combo in.
Yeah, but the funny thing is actually Suzuka else does pick up a miss while quadding there as well.
Yeah, but of course, I mean, Crew K said they had 4 attempts on the map before, and somehow gets out a 97.46. That is so crazy to me.
If any other player said that to me, I would say, that's total, like, just you're lying. You're just lying. Yeah, I just don't believe them. But if it's Kuke, I would just believe if it's like Kuke's second try, third try, or something.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is an all-star game, and Kuke's an all-star at SB. So it kind of makes sense, but it's just these otherworldly scores that we keep seeing in this match itself is crazy.
Oh, we're going to see another kind of more like straightforward picks right here. It's going to be Shine.
Shine is a very scary pick. It's kind of that time where maybe you start to get a little bit tired if you've been playing a couple of maps. We got a little break with SB2, but we are right back into the stamina component. And what a way to get into it. We've got Shine 1.35, so over 3 minutes of 273 jump stream. And not only that, it's extremely chilly and a decent density to boot.
Yeah, indeed. And, this is just, classic DJ Sharkno stamina map right here. Name a better duo. I'll be waiting.
I mean, I wouldn't say a better duo, but up to that same level, you still have a Lemon Guy Falcon Sound team.
Oh, that's true.
Map, right?
That is true. Yeah. Oh, that is one of the map. In this map, wasn't it? Rise 2. Was it?
Yeah,
Falcon?
Rise 2.
No. Oh yeah, it was Rise 2. So yeah, you're right on that one. You're right on that one.
But both are good. It's just kind of what you prefer more. And unfortunately for All Stars Blue, Muchi is gonna go.
Oh god.
Shine.
All right, we need a prediction. What's the ratio Muchi is going to get?
I mean, if I had to guess with an FC, my brain is telling me a 994.
I think I'm more on 997.
Yeah, that's. I definitely
crazy.
lowballed it a little bit, but
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if even anyone FCs this. I mean, it shouldn't be hard for some of these more physically capable players, and Muchi is sending us very
to our stream right now.
Words.
Yeah. Muchi is. Oh god.
Here we go. So
There
maybe
we go,
setting
a
up
bit-
the offset to get a 1-to-1 on purpose. Definitely gonna be a fun one. Even with a 1-to-1 ratio, can All Stars Blue take it? Maybe. I mean, we've got very good players on the other side of the screen. We've got May, Quotient, and Kruken. I think they all perform very, very well on the Corjack pick. It's just, we're gonna have to see.
Okay, did just say, why am I here? So I don't know if Kuke is supposed to be here.
Yeah, I guess Els sent him in to his own destruction.
Maybe we'll get another 1-to-1 ratio to match Muchi as well.
Yeah, maybe that is so, but all 6 players are finally ready, and we are gonna get into it. Basically 3 minutes straight. We get one little break 2/3 of the way in, but other than that, I mean, you are in for a ride.
Yeah, you're in for a marathon right here. Just straight up, jump stream, hand stream hell, 273 BPM, so good luck. And only 8.5 as well.
Yeah, only OD 8.5, true. So all players starting off very well. I guess Muchi was lying when they said they were gonna go for a 1-to-1 ratio, which is very disappointing. But we are seeing them with a crazy score, 99.98. I don't think that's gonna really drop as the song progresses.
I mean, just the fact that players like Muchi just have like infinite stamina.
Yeah, crazy deep well of stamina that I don't know where they get it from. Jace Ligro doing really well also, 99.9 quotient, taking the first break of the map, but it was very clean overall.
And the map is actually very long, so I do believe one miss does not matter too much, but two may matter a bit more now.
Yeah, second break definitely gonna start to seep into All-Star Blue's score deficit. Silly Fangirl trying to keep up 99.4. Maybe a player to watch out for in terms of breaks.
Oh,
and
as you said that.
Yeah, definitely a couple of breaks there as we get into the end of that section. We are, in a very light section right now, but a 99 is going to be at the bottom of the lobby right now.
Yeah, actually, Silly Fangirls continue to get more accuracy drop right now, and this score difference actually starting to tend back to Team All-Star Blue right now. We're approaching the 3-digit score difference.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. We are halfway in, so maybe that stamina component is going to hit All-Stars Blue in terms of accuracy, because, I mean, as it stands, 99.55 and 99.6 from quotient aren't too savory, as Silly Fangirl actually has dropped in terms of accuracy. Combo's still up there, but 98.89 from them.
Mugen does pick up a miss, but it is very clean right now, so the score lead, I think, might still favor. Oh, it's going back to Team Red, but is at 500 points difference.
Yeah, it's so close. I mean, quotient is trying to get back up to that combo score cap, so I think once that's locked in, maybe things will swing into All-Stars Blue just a little bit, but it's so hard to tell. We did get into the pretty much only break of the map, and for the rest of this last third, it is just pure jump stream.
But we have to focus on Silly Fangirl right here. He is struggling quite a lot, while Team Blue, there's a couple of misses from each of the players here and there. But it is a team effort from Team Blue right now, but it is not enough just yet. Silly Fangirl has picked up, a bit more momentum right now. Hitting the 400 combo mark, Quotient picks up another miss.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important that Muchi and Jace Ligro are FCing, and as I say that,
Oh my god!
The first break, that's my bad, but it's not enough just yet. There's about, a couple notes left in the map, couple hundred. Jace Ligro probably isn't gonna get to that combo cap, but right now it's just eking towards All-Stars Red.
Oh, Silly Fangirl does pick up a couple more 200s right here. Is it enough for Team Blue? The score is actually going back, just going so close right now, but that is not enough. 1,522 points is the difference.
Yeah, that was way too close for comfort for All-Stars Red. I know it was their pick, and it really did seem surefire at the start, but a bit scary here for All-Stars
997! 997 for Miyuchi!
So, actually, Match Potato, you calling it, definitely crazy score from them, and I mean 997, almost a 998.
Oh my god.
I can't even fathom it.
Yeah, I just I feel like Miyuchi just gotta curse at himself, oh my god, I cannot get 998, 999. It's like, this is my worst score, oh my god.
Yeah, it's so crazy to see Miyuchi in the client chat just be like, my hands were cold, my ratio wasn't good, when it's just a casual 1-25 on a grand finals jump stream stamina pick.
I'm just scared. I'm just so scared of Miyuchi.
Yeah, again, I mean, I feel like you have to throw a captcha. I said before every match, but maybe before every map for Miyuchi.
Yeah, at that point, you just need to have an anti-bot detection system running with Osu if the player's name is Miyuchi.
100%. All-Stars Red taking that third point, not with ease, but gets it in the end. All-Stars Blue finally dipping into the hybrid section, and we get Light left behind.
Oh, I love this. I love this. This is the original song. The song that got Billy Moto as a featured artist in Osu right here. Light left behind.
Yeah, such a fun map. A lot of coordination elements, and we are gonna have to see who All-Stars Blue puts in for hybrid picks. All-Stars Red definitely gonna be fielding Muchi. I think Silly Fangirl might stay in. Not sure if Jage Lead Girl is gonna, but we're gonna see Grill Roasted here. I think we're gonna see Silhouesca Els, and if I had to guess, maybe Konkawa.
I think we're gonna have a complete team reset for Team Blue. Well, Team Red is more on anchor based with players like Miyuchi and Silly Fangirl, who's gonna be staying there for quite a couple more maps compared to Team Blue. As you know, we have prefaced this before at the start of the match. Team Blue are more well-rounded, but Team Red does have really good individual players who can carry the team.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I'm very excited for this map, and specifically for one reason, which is that huge Allen wall 3/4 of the way into the map. I really want to see how top players fare on that, and who takes, you know, a bunch of chain misses there.
Yeah. No, this hybrid is nearly clocking at 8-star, by the way. It's just crazy how we're at this point where we're getting seeing nearly 8-star maps in a map pool. Where, like, if you look back a couple of years ago, even like 2020, 2021, you would not be able to see these star ratings in any map.
Yeah, could you imagine if you time traveled back to 2020 and it was like, yeah, we'll see 8-star tiebreakers in the finals for 2023. Would anyone really believe you?
No, they would probably send me straight to a psychiatric hospital.
Yeah, probably. So we are going to see the final iterations for each team. Pavan stepping in for All-Stars Red. That actually makes a lot of sense here. Crew K coming in instead of what we thought was going to be Konkawe for All-Stars Blue, but also, of course, a very good LN player nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed. Crew K has been, showing up on quite a lot of the LN picks as well. It was very funny how before, a couple of years ago, Crew K was only seen as a Rise-only player-ish with really good SV, but he has really improved on the LN skill sets a lot throughout these years.
Oh, 100%. So I think, again, this is going to be one of those matchups where, you expect, of course, an FC from All-Stars Red, probably from Miyuchi, lest I curse it before the map starts, but Grill Roasted, Soloska Els, and Crew K are expected to hold on as long as they can to maybe beat the other counterparts in Silly Fangirl and Pavan.
Yeah, indeed, Silly Fangirl has been... Oh, Miyuchi does pick up a miss right at the intro! No FC from Miyuchi, but does trade by Crew K.
Yeah, as if just to spite me.
I think Miyuchi hurt you, and he said, "Do you want Abyss? I'll get you Abyss."
But it doesn't matter much. Even with those couple of misses, we see 8,000 point lead for All-Stars Red. That's really off of the back of the accuracy difference. Siloeska L is currently at a 98.25, which is very, very low, and Crew K is struggling under a 99% as well. The only person doing well on All-Stars Blue is currently Grill Roasted with a 99.4, but that only matches Pavan or Silly Fangirl.
Yeah, but at least it is a full combo, so that you still have that flex. If you do match, you get a full combo, but he does pick up a miss right there for Grill Roasted.
Yeah, so pretty much no FCs left on the board. I think Silly Fangirl is still holding on, right? But it's a very low accuracy in general.
Just look at that. Everyone picks up miss. Yeah, and now Silly Fangirl picks up a miss and everyone's is below 400 combo. Miyuchi does get his combo back up to 700 combo, but everyone picks up a couple of miss there, and Els picks up another miss, nearly down to 96%.
Yeah, that last FC was claimed by a very big LN burst, and into this break section we see a 89,000 point lead for All-Stars Red, so they don't really have to do much to take this map. Just keep things as is, because All-Stars Blue unfortunately struggling quite a bit, especially Siloeska Els with a 96.5.
Yeah, indeed. Pavan does pick up a miss, but it doesn't really matter too much. The bottom row of Team Red is still holding really good accuracy right now. Actually, Grill Roasted, highest accuracy on Team Blue, is not even matching any of the players on Team Red.
Exactly, it's so hard, when you are the best scorer on your team, but it's only matching the worst score, and we finally get into that LN wall. We see the rolls into the split drill, into the two-hand drill, at staggered starts and releases, and it catches pretty much everyone out. Definitely a big act drop there, but of course it favors All-Stars Red just a little bit more. 160,000 point lead as this map closes out.
Oh, this LN wall is so disgusting, actually. And actually quite a lot of the players got the full combo through that section. And wow, just shows how brutal this map is. The lowest miscount is Silly Fangirl with 4 misses and 2 50s.
Yeah, that is extremely impressive. I mean, All Stars Red in general just keeping the miscounts very, very low. Grill Roasted with 5 as well, definitely something to be mentioned. And as we said, Grill Roasted could only match Silly Fangirl as the best score on All Stars Blue, and that's only as good as the second best score on All Stars Red.
So yeah, that really just makes a huge difference there. And we usually actually the team is going to pick SV1. Interesting.
That's gonna be scary. Maybe All Stars Red prepared for the show match, knowing that, they might be the underdogs when it comes to SV, so they really have to practice something. So I'm very, very excited to see what they have in store. Maybe they're just throwing All Stars Blue a bone.
2K giving the ... treatment in the chat right now. Maybe not as comfortable as SV2.
Yeah, again, it's gonna be a fiasco, kind of like the lobby before SV2. We're gonna have to see what info these players give out in terms of how much each of them have practiced.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, if you're a side wing, might as well just quad this whole map.
100%. I mean, it's so hard to tell, and again, the BPM being 175 is a deliberate choice by the mappers and such, so that it's not quadable. But I mean, it might be just good enough to quad. You're totally right on this map in order to get a half decent score in when you compare yourself to the other players who maybe haven't practiced.
Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing Kuke and Lot, being in this lobby here. Hopefully, we did just see Kuke now.
Yeah, I think just rearranging themselves in the lobby, and we're gonna see Konkawa coming in for All Stars Blue.
Yeah. But yeah, this SV map is super just aggressive when it comes to SV. Crazy teleports, memorization, a bit of memorization as well, and just if you didn't practice this map, you're probably gonna get a way worse score than SV2. Just because SV2 does have a couple of sections where you can get a bit of more, some more accuracy gains. With this song, there is just no free accuracy. This is
100%. There's way too many tricks, and they're spread out in such a way where you really can't find a good combo on this map unless you memorize pretty much every section of it.
Wait, are they actually gonna go 2v3?
No way.
Wait. No.
I mean, if the ref allow it, I think it would be really funny.
I would love to watch it. For the first time, we're gonna be seeing 2v3, but I don't know if the referee or the host will allow it.
Yeah, and All Stars Red wanting to initiate that 2v3 is very surprising to me as well. I feel, again, as if All Stars Blue is just overall the slightly better SV team. So if we were to see a 2v3, I would have expected it to be on the right-hand side.
But maybe we're just misreading this, and that no one's just wanting to play the SV2 map, SV1 map. And here we go, Pavit is actually gonna come in. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see a 2v3.
Finally shuffling in, and we are gonna see both of the Thailand Titans in for this match. I think for the first time at the same time, Pavin versus Konkawa. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, we have been seeing these two, probably the deadliest duo in this tournament, and now we are picking these two to face against each other.
Very cool matchup. Pavin versus Konkawa, of course. Lot versus Kruke, and Zulaska L's gonna be against Miyuchi.
I think they're trying to get the lineup correct, so having Lot going to the top slot, so Lot does get to be in the same row as Kruke. But looks like the lineup has been chosen right now. And here we go, the 6th pick of this match.
I kind of lost track of it, but I did see so many people in agreement that this was their sight read. I think maybe everyone besides Kruke and Lot yet again.
Maybe Els and Miyuchi does practice a bit more, but I don't think Pavin and Konkawa has practiced.
And that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Konkawa with a 95 very, very crazy score. So I think they have practiced a little bit. Definitely more than Pavin, because Pavin currently bottom scoring with an 82.
But I think I think we're here just for the battle between Lot and Kuke actually right now. Both of them are still, and Kuke picks up a miss. Lot does pick up a miss as well.
Yeah, I think Lot came out of that just a little bit better, about an 1% difference between them. But if you look at the scores on the bottom, I mean, blue team is currently weathering the storm here. Solo Els with a 91 is a big reason as to why All-Stars Blue has this lead, because pretty much the only other person above a 90% right now.
Indeed. And Kuke does pick up another miss, but it just does not matter in this case, just because the team score from Team Blue is just really strong right now.
It's so funny thinking that All-Stars Red wanted to 2v3, came in here with very high confidence, but those hopes and dreams are crushed here as All-Stars Blue shows why they are the better SV team. They practice just a little bit more and are coming out of this with a healthy lead of almost 100,000 points with only a third of the map left.
Yeah, I mean, it is a cautionary tale for any players who's participating in Mania tournaments as well. Do practice your SV maps if it is available in the tournament.
We finally got into a slower section, but this one is very hard as well. I think the only people comboing it are Kuke, Els, and Lot. Els finally dropping at the end of that section, but better act in general, 92.5, besting anyone from All-Stars Red aside from Lot. And can we talk about the battle between Lot and Kuke right now?
These two are just pushing all these SV sections right now. Lot's actually recovered his accuracy up to 99%. We might be seeing our first 99% in this matchup so far in the SV department. Can Lot do it? 99% on SV1. Can he do it? And he did it. Wow.
And such a crazy performance from Lot, only to be overshadowed by a dominant win by All-Stars Blue, right?
Just all of the letters right there. And 2S, 2B, 1A, 1C. All of the letters you want to learn.
And of course, that A really making the difference here. Solo Els really pulled through for All-Stars Blue in getting that second point. Pavin, unfortunately, the site read was not enough, 75% to their name, and only contributed about 364,000 points for All-Stars Red.
Yep. As said before, this is a cautionary tale for all players to practice their SV, even if you don't, you hate it or not.
Exactly. So both SVs out of the way. What is left for All-Stars Blue? Because remember, All-Stars Red is the one to pick this. Just toss a free point to the team on the back foot.
Maybe I think the LN does work out pretty well though for Team Blue, just because they have players like Els.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense.
Els might not be able to play. Oh, sorry. I think.
Oh no, you're fine. Mugen houyou was a good first pick for All-Stars Blue, but it ended on a pretty close loss. Similar to Shine for All-Stars Red, where it's a very close win for them. It's very, very hard. The lines are very blurred when it comes to Rice and LN right now.
But they can always throw a curveball and picking the tiebreaker straight away. That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, just pick it before it's time. I don't want to leak the script, but I think we are gonna get to the tiebreaker eventually.
No way, the script has been leaked. No.
And what a crazy script it has been this year. So many Cinderella stories, so many different converging timelines, stuff like that. All the culmination of this, final match coming up later today. And LN2 coming out for All-Stars Blue, Selenadia.
This is your classic, Chrysaline full LN density pick right here. 238 BPM. Practically full long node throughout the whole map.
Exactly, full long node. It does not give you break, and at such a fast pace as well. You said 238, and it's so crazy to me that these guys are able to keep it up for as long as they can.
And I think this is a pretty good pick for Team Blue, just because, yeah, I mean, this pick is really just all out just density battle, and I think Team Blue just have an edge towards Team Red, just because all three players are really good at it as well. Team Red, they do have a bit of a more struggle. We do see my Angel Kokomi does step in for this, the kind of designated LM player for Team Red.
Yeah, and Real Roasted coming in for All-Stars Blue. That's going to be their third player. No surprise there. All-Stars Blue have a very good lineup. Again, as we said, very balanced between them. I think All-Stars Red a bit more volatile in the scores. We'll see that by the end. But is it enough to overtake All-Stars Blue and take another breakpoint off of them, notching their 5th point?
Yeah. Or we might be seeing the first comeback, you know, a potential comeback for Team Blue. It could just be that as well.
Yeah, and if there is a time to start your comeback, it's probably around now. You're down 2-4 and you have the pick. You really have to convert this.
You have to convert this. You must, just because, you know, once if you do lose this point, then Team Red picks another point. There will be, you know, having a potential match point coming up then, if they do, you know, lose 2 points in a row.
Yeah, 100% in agreement there. You can't really let the momentum shift towards All-Stars Red for as long as it did in the start. You've gotta start your own thing, and as the match starts, we're gonna have to see if this lineup from All-Stars Blue is enough to overtake Pavin Miyuchi and My Angel Kokomi.
Yeah, indeed. And here we go. A bit of a client syncing up. Here we go.
It's ramping
Just a bit
up
of an
now.
easy intro. Yeah, just ramping up. You know, the calm before the storm, they say. Okay, here we go. Basically the crux of this whole map right here. Straight up dance Ellens. And everyone's still doing really well right now, actually. No combo break so far after the intro.
Yeah, I think in general, all 6 of these players are pretty even in terms of accuracy. Maybe All-Stars Red does have that lead with Els finally dropping, but also My Angel Kokomi trading it back just immediately. So 2 FCs on each side of the board. Els taking another drop and a third. So unfortunately, All-Stars Red is going to get quite a lead here as Real Roasted takes down their second FC.
Oh, I'm actually seeing Pavin actually holding the highest accuracy right now in the whole lobby. Actually outscoring that of Miyuchi as well.
It's so crazy to think about, but I mean, is it really a surprise when Pavin has been playing out of their minds this entire tournament? Things are pretty close now, you know, 99.79 towards Miyuchi's 99.69, but I was taking yet another break, so that lead is extended for All-Stars Red. 40,000 points, quotient finally dropping, so no more FCs for All-Stars Blue, as Pavin and Miyuchi still have theirs for All-Stars Red.
I think that's basically seals the deal, you know. Everyone on Team Red accuracies has been stabilized right now. You know, My Angel Kokomi, a bit of a trip up at the intro, but after that, it has just been full combos. And I said that Miyuchi and Kokomi does get a miss, but I don't think it matters too much.
No, not at all. I mean, All-Stars Red's skill set in this map really was keeping combo for as long as they could. My Angel Kokomi had a devastating miss at the start, but was able to keep it up for pretty much 2/3 of the map, and then of course Miyuchi only falling at the end of this map, with Pavin being the only FC.
Oh? Are we gonna be seeing? Oh my god, we're actually going to see it. Oh my god. 6?
Yeah, I don't
6!
know.
Nah,
Maybe-
that's illegal.
Maybe we might have to start testing Pavin too, honestly.
I think we should have tested Pavin from the beginning of the whole tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Six grades,
6?
really? On a density pick at almost 240 BPM. It's full
mean-
full long node, Pavin.
I mean, he is also the same guy who FC'd, of Ambrosia in a tiebreaker match against Vietnam with 5-200 as well. So, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
This guy is such a boon to have on your team. It really shows. All-Stars Red getting their 5th point, taking the momentum from All-Stars Blue, and it's their pick now, so things looking kind of dire.
Oh, are we gonna be seeing another featured artist pick right here? Rise 7 being called out from Team Red right now.
Yeah, Cortex Charger, we are going to see that. Very, very scary because, again, I mean, you have such a crazy Rice lineup for All-Stars Red. Can All-Stars Blue really handle it? Shine was pretty close, but Shinsho was not.
But this is a whole completely different kind of skill set needed to play this map. Just because for this fast BPM, it is a mini jack Hellfest at 270 BPM. So good luck with that.
Oh, and we're gonna see Konkawa in for this map. I'm really excited to see what they can do because I just want to see kind of like where they teeter off in terms of physicality. Is it, you know, at Grand Finals, like how much do they drop in terms of accuracy? Because we totally could have gotten, you know, Thailand in third place if it were not for, you know, Indonesia just being the stronger team on the day.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Konkawa also, yeah, I guess this is Konkawa's like the missing piece. He did pretty well last year, in my opinion, but this year is just completely like, he is just like turned up in full power, absolutely destroying any Rice maps on the way, getting so many V1 SS. I mean, probably I could count at least 10 times that Konkawa has V1 double S a map in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Konkawa was really like on the steroids this year. I don't know what was going on, but I mean, Thailand was such a crazy team to watch this entirety of the tournament. I think went to what, 4 tiebreakers in total? 3 or 4?
Yeah, three officially, and one that was against South Korea. That was kind of a showcase, and they won all of them.
Yeah, and that was such a heartbreaker too, because Thailand lost one map by what, 72 points, and it was a 6-4 loss for South Korea. It could have went either way, and I mean, could you imagine the parallel universe in which Thailand had beaten Korea in winners bracket?
I could not imagine that. I mean, that would have been just wow. Like that would just been such a story to make. But unfortunately, that was not the case, and it would ended at 64.
Yeah, unfortunate. But I mean, we're gonna see them next year, and I'm so excited for that. But for now, Cortex Charger in play, All-Star Red's pick, and of course Michi handling the roles way better than everyone else, 99.95, head and shoulders above pretty much anyone on All-Stars Blue.
Yeah, indeed. But you know, everyone so far is still holding good combo.
Yeah, Konkawa and Silly Fangirl traded out. Konkawa actually struggling a bit as the physicality is pushed, and we get some of these techier patterns. Kruke also dropping, made the only FC on All-Stars Blue, and of course All-Stars Red.
Oh.
Big lead for them.
Yeah, Kongo is struggling a lot with these Panzers right now. It's kind of scary to see how hard these maps does get. But the jump from, you thought, you know, the jump from different stages is hard, but the jump from finals to grand final is probably the biggest jump in all the stages in this tournament.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, to see Konkawa, you know, at a 90% is very unfortunate, but you know, it's, I don't know, very interesting. You know, you don't expect someone like them to be scoring as low right now, but I mean that's the case, and for that reason, All-Stars Red almost 200,000 point lead. Yuchi 99.9, and also Sleek Girl very good supporting score of 99.58. Silly Fangirl taking a drop, but of course it's gonna be traded out a lot by Konkawa and Kruke.
Yeah, I think this map's just absolutely brutal. And yeah, the whole team will just got a whole combo reset right here.
Everyone really kind of taking a hit except for Yuchi in that big section there. And a third of the map left. I mean, I think you can call it.
Yeah, at this point now we're just looking at what is Mewtwo's ratio right now. Because, I mean, how do you do this? Just, what in God's name is that from Yuchi?
I don't understand. This map is supposed to be Grand Finals tech, and Michi, you know, taking a couple of late 200s, but it's just such a crazy performance from them. There's so many, you know, mini jacks, there's a lot of transitions into speedy streams, a lot of flams, stuff like that. It's the definition of tech, and for Mika to get a 99.87 as his map is about to close out, it's
Oh no, no way he's gonna do this, right? No, 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 no.
995. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the ma- they took a 100 and 3 200s, but such a solid score in general. I mean, in a tournament match, that's really all you can ask for, right?
A shout out to JH Lee Girls. Oh, game 978K. That is no easy feat to be able to replicate.
Yeah, I mean, two misses, the minimization of misses and just overall bad judgments was really good by JH Lee Girl. 99.59 is very impressive for a map like this and beats out, I think, everyone else on All Stars Blue.
Yeah, indeed. And now it is a match point for All Stars Red.
Yeah, definitely. Again, dire situation for All Stars Blue. It's their pick, but there's not a lot where you can go for. I mean, you got beat on Selenadia by a huge amount. You got beat on Mugen houyou by a small amount. Maybe you can go into a different hybrid. I would not play with Angel's Echo. Maybe Apocalypse Ray could be the choice here.
Apocalypse Ray is a pretty good choice just because it's more LN orientated hybrid. Maybe, but it is kind of part, and what I would suggest is to roll and let Destiny decide their fate.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before where Soloska Els, rolled for the picks twice, got SV2, SV1, ended up with SV2, so maybe maybe it's a good choice here to roll until you find something.
Yeah. Okay, Els just wants to pick TV. I mean, okay, so Angel's Echo actually, so that's going to be hybrid too. My mind just spaced out for a second there, but that's hybrid too. Oh, this map! I love this map. This is like one of my favorite map of this map pool.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, again, maybe just to spite me, Angel Echo is picked. It's not something I would really expect All Stars Blue to do super great on. I mean, I don't see it.
Yeah, me neither. But this whole match after all has just been, everyone's fighting against Dynascape here.
Pretty much. I mean, maybe they can pull something off. Maybe something funny is happening. I don't know. Did the script tell All Stars Red to lose the next 4 maps?
Yeah, I mean, Yaze is the referee, and the Yaze script never fails.
That is very true. I mean, to be fair, I think this map is, I guess you can say, easier to combo, hard to act, right? There definitely when you get into that like quad LN section with a speed stream transition, you can find a couple misses or two, but I mean if you're locked in, you should be able to get through that. But otherwise, overall, I think this map you can find a lot of combo here. Not a lot of misses expected.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be a bloodbath. I don't think anyone's going to get anything above 970k on this. This map is just crazy. Like, this is like Testify, but on crack. Like, just extremely difficult. Much more a huge step up from last year. Abraxas hybrid pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, and of course, we're getting another Abraxas map. It's just like a buff Testify, right? Crazy patternings, crazy snaps and releases, just a lot thrown at you. And I mean, All Stars Blue gonna need an Angel to get this point.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And this might be potentially the last pick of this show match.
Yeah, last pick, but even if All Stars Blue does not get this point, we are gonna see TB regardless, I believe.
Yeah, and I think the unwritten rules of the show match is whoever wins the tiebreaker takes it over regardless of the score.
Yeah, so none of this actually matters. What really matters is the tiebreaker.
Well, actually, quite a lot of struggles straight off the bat from mind you, Kokomi and Miyuchi. So is some Selenadia else, but Pavin, Girl Roasted doing pretty well, right? Girl Roasted actually holding above 99%, the only 99% plus in the lobby right now, by the way.
And honestly, I'm not really surprised if you've seen their performance again. Like I said, in tournament, they're accustomed to these crazy maps and they can really adapt their gameplay and be able to, push out these FCs. Currently the only FC in the lobby right now.
But Miyuchi got his footing back together, and now he's having the highest accuracy right now, 99.2%.
Yeah, and unfortunately for All Stars Blue, again, even with the back of Grill Roasted's amazing performance as it stands, it's just not enough. Grill Roasted finally losing the FC and Selenadia L's at a 92%. That's the bottom score of the lobby, unfortunately. And okay, just in the middle of two of the players on All Stars Red, my Angel Kokomi and Pavin.
It's just jump stream LN transition here is absolutely crazy. No one's gonna hold through this section right now. Kuke having the highest combo. So actually, and now it's just Kuke holding through this LN jump stream section right now, and he still continues to do it. What is he doing?
Yeah, it's so like this is the part I talked about, right? It's so hard, and you can find a lot of misses. I think Mewtwo the only one, maybe probably bested the storm better than everyone else here. I mean, everyone's just struggling. Grill Roasted doing fine. Kuke finally getting up to the combo cap, but the lead hasn't really shifted or budged an inch.
It's just the fact that Selenadia else does struggle way too much on these patterns, and anyone would be as well. This is just absolutely crazy. Probably the hardest non TB pick in this whole tournament by far.
Yeah, that's a really good way to describe it. 100%. There's a lot in this, and unfortunately, All Stars Red gonna get this last point and secure the fake victory over All Stars Blue, 7-2. Now we finally
Just a fake
start
one.
to see the real, I guess, meat of the match with the tiebreaker.
Yeah. Again, this whole match didn't matter. What matters is tiebreaker. But also, you know how I said 970 is like the cap. Miyuchi nearly just made me a clown by getting 966. I mean,
Yeah, 966 is so crazy. I don't know. I remember the replay for this where it's like a 98% with like 2 misses or something like that. Like a high 98, but
yeah.
still like that's such a crazy.
Whoa! What happened to the score? What happened to the score? It's 6-6. Oh my god, we're in tiebreaker now. No way, that escape. We're in tiebreaker now.
No, so All Stars Blue actually finding some momentum, and because of a very obscure clause in the rule book, getting 4 points against All Stars Red suddenly to tie it up. We thought the match was done, but no, it's 6-6.
Yeah, by winning the hybrids 2 for Team Red, All Star Blue actually got 4 points in return, and Team Red got deducted a point. You have to read the fine print when you play these show match.
Exactly. I mean, when you're in tournament matches, I mean, MWC is a little bit different, so you do get more rules than your other tournaments. So I guess All Stars Red, unfortunately, not reading the rule book closely enough. Maybe didn't sign the waiver, click the boxes that said they accept to the agreements, stuff like that. So,
Yeah, they didn't read the ULA, that long document that you have to read. By the way, this is what happened when you don't read the statement, the contract.
Yeah, I think even though Team Blue had to rely on those clauses to get to tiebreak, I think they would have gotten it if Bouncer was able to play. I think originally was supposed to be on Team Blue, but unfortunately couldn't make it due to jury duty. So that's quite unfortunate. Yeah. But either way, we do see tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Bouncer was there, I think the match would have been a sweep. Straight from the beginning. 7-0, no question.
Yeah, definitely getting that hashtag Bounders sweep in.
Bounders sweep. And we're waiting for, I guess, just setting up the match for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I don't know if any wacky things are gonna happen. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the standard 3v3 or if we're gonna like up the slots a little bit.
6-6. Oh god.
I'd be surprised if someone's setup could handle 6v6 streaming.
Yeah, but this show match so far has bring a lot of surprises. So does this whole tournament. I really just enjoy following this whole tournament so far. So many crazy moments, so many crazy stories that comes out of this.
Yeah, man, it was definitely a historical MWC for many reasons. We touched on it a little bit mid-match, but I mean, there's so many Cinderella stories going on, so many heartbreaks, so many crazy score differentials. 1 point.
1 point, yes, 1 point happened. 1 point score lead, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow.
It might be something that we never see again in the history of MWC, right? But we all got to witness it this year, so I'm glad that so many crazy cool things are happening in this tournament, and I can't wait for the next one, right?
Yeah, and this tournament is still not over yet. Despite all the crazy things, we still have one more match as well coming up at 3 UTC. Is it 3 UTC or 3:30 UTC?
3:30 UTC. So in about, I can't do mental math right now. My mind is just wandering too much, but like something like 10 hours, something like that. I think maybe 9 hours.
Something. I don't know. I don't do maths either.
All I do know is that you guys do not want to miss it. So please mark it down. Set a timer, set an alarm. 3:30 UTC. Tomorrow is when Grand Finals is going to be US looking to take the title from South Korea from the winners brackets. That's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, you do not want to miss that. And hopefully we'll get straight back to the showcase tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think we had something crazy in plan, but I'm now receiving word that the client's being silly. I think we might just revert to something like a 4v4 or something like that, but we're gonna have to wait just a little bit. But while we do wait, mashed potato, now's a good time as any to talk about the banners. Can you lead us off with that?
Oh my god, the banners. It's never too late to get the banners. Do go on to the the Osu store to support your team. It is never too late to support. The extra thing is that if you do support the correct team who end up winning FWC, you get to keep it just an extra little more time, just an extra flex to say I predicted the correct team in FWC.
Yeah, and it's such a good time to get a banner right now because there's only 2 teams to really guess on. It's a 50-50 on whether you keep that banner for the rest of the year. So if you are interested in it and haven't gotten it yet, haven't heard enough shilling from us commentators, go into the Osu store homepage. On that little drop down on the top bar, products, and then you want to see the banners.
Indeed. Hopefully, we'll see a couple more purchases from the banner as well. It's the perfect time, ready to, if you want to show your support for your country or just show support for MWC in general. This is the perfect time to make your purchase. Wait, hold on.
It might be out of the store, but someone might be telling me in my ear right now that it's not in the store right now. I don't know if that's true or not. Can't really verify it, but it's something to keep in mind for pretty much any Osu tournament that runs. I know registrations are opening for OWC right now. So, if you guys are interested in the other game modes, stuff like that, it's always a great way to support the staffs, support the game that you love and play so much.
Indeed. And, it's just part of our commentary drills, All commentators in any World Cup are legally obligated to, shout out to the banner.
So I think again we are just reverting. Klein couldn't handle the greatness of this show match and the power of the players involved. So we are just gonna get a regular 3v3. Here we go.
Go, yeah, this is just. I mean, I am so excited. When I saw this at the Tiebreaker showcase, I couldn't help myself from just like screaming. Like, it is just, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity to see something like this.
Definitely. I don't know if these are the final iterations, but we are gonna shift into a parallel universe where All Stars Blue got 4 points against All Stars Red.
Oh my
and
god.
we are getting to the essence of all tournaments.
That was so smooth.
Thank you.
Yeah, and now, you know, the 7-2 never happened. We're in a completely different timeline now. And we got the MP start. 5 winner takes it all. You know, the flexing grites. You know, the better All-Stars team. It's all the line. The stakes has never been any higher.
Yeah, and I mean, all of the other maps mattered. This is the one that matters, but I mean, if you gotta think about it, surely Mewtwo, Silly Fangirl gotta be tired by now, right? I mean, we got a little break, but they've had to play pretty much every map, and you know, the stamina really does become a component here. Surely All-Star Blue, you know, finds a couple of ways in and makes this extremely competitive. I mean, Grill Roasted, Crew K, and May are very, very good players. Is it enough to maybe take down a weakened Mewtwo, Silly Fangirl, and a fresh Pavin?
Don't know, but I think the odds are pretty balanced now. I mean, even, you know, robots can bleed sometimes, funnily enough.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a couple short circuits during this map.
We do see May having a bit of an internet issue right now, but hopefully he'll be catching up soon. But other than that, everyone's still holding the full combo after the intro. First speed up.
Yeah, I think Client currently struggling to keep up with May's score right now, but as it stands, I mean, Crew K and Grill Roasted are hanging in just fine. Overall, both of their scores combined do beat Pavin and Silly Fangirls.
Oh, yeah, so looks like, yeah, everyone's still holding the full combo right now, so it's all good. It's very even right now.
Yeah, I think if you account for the accuracy loss, especially in that stream from Silly Fangirl, I think Silly Fangirl plus Mewtwo might equal Grill Roasted and Crew K. It really does depend on May and how they're doing right now. Crew K finally finding the first break of this map, but of course there are going to be many more to come.
Yeah. Oh, just everyone in the red team just powering through that crazy Alan Edwards section. I do not know what BPM is this section. It's just, there are just so many different BPMs throughout this map. I'm actually like just lost track of all of them.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep track. Pavin actually finding a miss in the transition out of that second LN wall, but it doesn't matter much because Crew K has taken a lot of damage, 98.4. Generally keeping combo, but just finding a lot of early and late 200s. The UR bar is very unstable right now. Grill Roasted, 99.56, so beating the other two players from All-Stars Red, but is that enough to topple them? Mewtwo with a 99.81 right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's still doing pretty well. He's only a couple thousand points away from Mewtwo, so actually, he's nullifying kind of Mewtwo's score right now. All eyes are probably on Crew K, actually hoping to, you know, trying to keep up with the other two players on Team Red.
Yeah, exactly. I think about 10,000 points behind Pavin and Silly Fangirl overall, and that miss isn't going to help them, but has been keeping combo, I think, just a little bit better. We are going to get that LN burst, and unfortunately Crew K is the only one to take a break. Grill Roasted drops some act, so now is in line with Pavin and also takes a break. Traded out by Silly Fangirl. It's not going to be enough for All-Stars. Something's going to need to happen.
Yeah, indeed. We're nearly halfway through right now, and the score lead is... And Girls takes up a miss right there, and now it's just on Mewtwo. Will Mewtwo be able to pull through? Nah,
The craziest commentators
Oh
here,
god!
out for mashed potato.
Oh my god! You just have to. It just has to happen.
Yeah, I mean, when the score lead is by this much, you kind of have to root for the underdog here. So maybe a couple more misses we're gonna find from Mewtwo later on. But Silly Fangirl is struggling with that section a lot more than the others from All Star Blue. Pavan actually taking a couple misses as well.
Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead.
Everyone is. It's so hard to call. Real Roast dropping down to 98.3, which is currently better than Silly Fangirl. It's crazy how Pavan has, been very steadfast in this map and started off with a lower accuracy, then Grill Roasted for pretty much the first fourth, but transitioned into being tied and now is better than Grill Roasted in terms of accuracy. Crew K at the bottom of the leaderboard right now with a 97.44, but it's pretty close to Silly Fangirl.
Yeah, but Pavan being the part of the entire lineup team basically has never lost a single tiebreaker. He's basically having he probably like 50% of his body is just made out of something like tiebreaker essence or something.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of crazy to think about, but that man is built off of tiebreakers, lives and breathes it, and maybe will die by it, but for now surviving just fine. 98.94 has upped their accuracy with that slower section, taking a break, but so does pretty much everyone but Silly Fangirl and Mewtwo.
Yeah, actually Silly Fangirl holding the highest combo right now. We're going into kind of like the last third of this map. Mewtwo picks up a miss. Now we're seeing Silly Fangirl getting 2000 combo. We're seeing basically prime Silly Fangirl holding combo as if, it's nothing.
Yeah, there are a couple sections where it seems like these players are a bit more comfortable. It seems like it's on these LN sections, like these LN density walls, and it's shown here with Grill Roasted keeping up, as well as Silly Fangirl. Both very large combos to their name. Kuke not doing bad as well. Silly Fangirl finally dropping along with Pavan, so I think the combo lead is going over to All Stars Blue, but that lead is so big right now. 753 points. You have to imagine that if May were here, it'd be a lot closer. Maybe even Blue with a slight lead or something like that. But
yeah. But the score difference is basically what May needs to get if they want to win right now. And 790k is practically nearly Miyuchi's score, and that is just a really tall order to ask. Not impossible, but just really tall order.
Exactly, the tallest of orders. Pretty much that last section claiming everyone's combo, but they get through the LN wall just fine. Grill Roasted going on the transition out. Kruke as well. Everyone from All Stars Red faring just a little bit better than the people on All Stars Blue. We're getting into these final sections now.
Yeah, the 440 BPM section. We have never seen anything faster than this. And Yuchi is still holding through this 1200 combo and counting. He is doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's poised to be something like a 970, something like that. If they can keep it clean for the rest of this section, it's going to be a crazy score.
Is he actually going to do it?
I think he will, Mashed Potato. I think he has it in him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's going to do it. Oh, just a bit more. Will he get it? Oh, his game's so close right now.
I mean, to end off with probably a 99.5 is so insane. Yeah, we're gonna see the 970. How far can you push that score? Just under a 974 from Yuchi.
Yeah, absolutely speechless. I mean, he is probably one of the greatest Mania player we have ever seen.
Yeah, I mean 100%. I mean, when you talk about tournament grades, you've got to put Mewtwo, near the top, if not at the top of the list, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably one of the first person to come up out, if you are talking about one of the GOATs of Mania.
Yeah, 100%. But that's gonna do it for this show match. I mean, All Stars Blue did well to climb back, got a couple of points off of a, obscure clause, but in the real tiebreaker, in the real match, All Stars Red still pulled through and got the victory 7-6.
I would like to thank all of the players who have signed up for this show match today. Our Miyuchi, My Angel Kokumi, JH Lead Girl, Lord, Silly Fan Girl, Pavin. On these other hands, we have Silas Gaels, May, Kuke. Oh god, I'm forgetting the rest of the names.
Konkawe, Grill Roasted, and Quotient.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you to these 12 amazing players for showing up for the All-Star. It was such a fun match to commentate over.
Oh, 100%. So thank you, Mashed Potato, for being my partner in this match. There's only one more in store for you guys. You do not want to miss it.
And that is USA versus South Korea. And with that aside, I think it is time to call off this crazy of a match. Do you have anything else to say, Dynascape?
Just make sure you watch USA versus Korea 10 hours from now, 3:30 UTC. Thank you guys for tuning into this one. Hope we can see you in the next one.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the OS Mania 4Key World Cup 2023. There have been 32 teams that have entered the bracket stage, and we are now down to the final 3. Who will be our champion at the end of the weekend? We have some scores to settle, and we're going to start it off with the loser bracket grand finals. It is going to be South Korea going up against Indonesia for a shot against the United States for that top spot. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Eliminate. Eliminate, how you doing?
I'm doing good, and I just want to talk about some of these past matches we've seen from both of these teams. We have seen a miraculous run from Indonesia here, obviously having some really crazy scores on, all areas. Let's not to say the least. And South Korea as well, being, I believe, they came in at seed 1 this year, and now in the losers bracket, and they have had some great scores. And I really hope this match is going to be a very close one, considering it is grand finals in the loser bracket. We should hopefully see some back and forward, though saying that, I do believe Indonesia is missing one of their players.
Yeah, they're going to be short. I believe Bad HD player not going to be available for this match. Hopefully everything's all right with them, and hopefully the rest of this Indonesian roster can really step up to the plate and deliver the performance of a lifetime. They have already exceeded all expectations from years prior, making it all the way to the podium places for the first time in their history. Hopefully they can continue on, see if they can stand toe-to-toe against this South Korean roster, the defending 4Key World Cup champions, and see if they can cause one of the biggest upsets in this tournament, at least in terms of historical performances.
Yeah, speaking more about the seedings, seed 1 from South Korea. If Indonesia do manage to pull this one off, that would be a great way to guarantee that podium spot. That would be a crazy run for Indonesia this year.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually did receive word. Bad HD player is actually in this lobby. So forget what we said earlier. Indonesia having their full complement of players. So game on if you are Indonesia. Everything is back on the table. One of the basically best performers for Indonesia being available is going to help their chances massively against this South Korean roster that has looked nigh unstoppable. I think the only real hurdle they've had to face is the United States, and they gave them a pretty good run for their money. 7-4 is a very good scoreline to go down into the losers bracket on, especially against a roster as stacked as that United States roster.
The overall rank for last round's rankings was Indonesia seed 2 and South Korea seed 3, so it's going to be very close, and I do expect Indonesia to play more into the race side of things here because they have proven themselves to be a very strong race team, and South Korea being the opposite and maybe playing more into the LNs, and even SV has been really good for them. So these rolls coming up, South Korea will win that roll with 75 versus Indonesia's 21.
Yeah, it looks like the first protect will go over the way of South Korea. And I think you bring up a very good point. South Korea has pivoted a little bit in terms of their overall pick strategy. Hovering in that LN hybrid side of the pool, have actually dived down into the SVs as well. And sure enough, the protect going to be LN3 for this match. Indonesia now up to protect next. And I imagine based on past performances, one of these rice charts is going to get protected. Maybe something like rice 2 or rice 3. They have tended to linger in those more standard rice picks, but the tech is also available.
As you said, rice 3 does get protected from Indonesia, so this is nothing not to be expected. And on the ban side of things, I wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia maybe even ban an SV. Judging by their last round's SV results, was quite a bit far behind South Korea, but SV for the most part is just, practice makes perfect. So if Indonesia have put in the practice, then shouldn't need to ban it, and LN would be a safe one, but they do in the end choose to go for SV2.
Yeah, that's unsurprising. You definitely want to pinch off that SV pool, especially if you feel like your opponents, you can practice, but if your opponents are better at practicing those picks, they become a bit of an issue overall. So getting rid of that as well. And it looks like SV1 also going to be gotten rid of. So a handshake between the two countries. No SV will be played in this match. We're gonna duke it out on the standard map pool, rice, hybrid, and LNs. And the first pick is gonna go to South Korea.
Yeah, having both SV maps, I can't say I'm not surprised, but there is a little bit there that I am a bit curious about. South Korea banning SV, their last round results are heavily in their favor, so maybe just not super comfortable on SV1. Obviously quite a bit different when you compare the SVs from this round to last round, and especially SV1 to SV2s. And South Korea not wasting any time, getting straight into LN2, hoping to take their very first point.
Yeah, a decent way to get themselves off on the right foot. And it'll be very interesting to see who comes in for both of these rosters. There's definitely a step up being taken when you get from this finals map pool from last weekend to this grand finals pool. It is definitely quite a bit of a jump. And even going into finals last weekend, we were seeing some players hit their physicality ceiling, see if they can exceed their expectations and perform above what they're expecting. And LN2 is a pretty decent shout for a good first pick for South Korea. Looks like it's going to be Vanilla Latte, Gaisel, and YZ1155. And right now we're just waiting for Indonesia to sort out their final three. Albert, Nisha, Labyrinth, and probably Bad HD player coming in. Probably just checking something real quick. And sure enough, they come right back in.
Now, although South Korea have been pretty dominant on the LN map so far, I mean, the score gap, it is not that much on some of these maps, and the saying always goes, a miss can ruin everything. And a miss can be worth so much, and even on these LN maps where it's so easy to just drop so many notes in such a short space of time. So really, anyone's game, South Korea will need to really show off their dominance a bit more if they want to be super confident with these picks, and I'm sure they are, but time will tell, and Indonesia can maybe pull something out the hat here.
Absolutely. And with that being said, the MP Start command comes out. We're going to get into this first map of this grand finals weekend. Good luck to all players involved. Let's hope we're in for quite the show.
Map is only 2 minutes long. It's not one of the longest maps you would see, but so far all players are holding pretty comfortable accuracy. It's only the start of the map, we're not even at the bulk of it yet. Nisha does find an early miss. That'll be quite detrimental and give the early score lead to South Korea. That's not what you'd like to see if you're in for Indonesia. It's now almost 6,000 points already right off the bat.
Yeah, currently climbing in terms of score lead for South Korea, extending it to about 8,000. Everybody seems to have settled in already. 5 FCs still left on the table, and Nisha doing very well to recover their combo as well, beginning to climb up in terms of accuracy, but falling a little bit behind in comparison to their South Korean counterparts. That being said, they are still within striking distance if South Korea isn't able to keep this clean, but Albert is the next one to fall on the side of Indonesia, not answered back, and that's going to help extend the score lead for South Korea. But a trade between Vanilla Latte and Nisha Labyrinth going into the back half of the chart now.
These misses were not very good for Indonesia, but Vanilla finding that trade back and a few more after that can give Indonesia the chance again. It was an 8,000 point lead, and it's still an 8,000 point lead. It's pretty consistent for the South Korean side, and do see a few act drops from Indonesia. Albert finds that miss towards the end, but so does YZ. Traded back and forward, and the score difference is just slowly going in South Korea's favor. Indonesia will need to try hold their combos for the rest of this point on if they want to try and get that score back. But it's still ever so slightly going back into South Korea's favor constantly. Albert does find yet another miss.
Yeah, as we get into one of the more dense sections of this chart, last third still left to go. Nisha finds another drop going into the last quarter. And the bulk of the South Korean lead is really just hinging on this performance from Gaesol. Highest accuracy in this lobby by some considerable margin, and despite Bad HD players' best efforts holding on to the singular FC on the side of Indonesia, it is being cancelled out, but Gaesol finds the drop going into the last layer, but I don't think there's enough time. This lead is practically insurmountable at this point from the side of South Korea. They have done just enough to build up this lead, and despite a couple of drops there at the end, they take their first point by a margin of 40,000 points to make it 1-0.
There are so many misses towards the end of the map there, and Bad HD player with the only FC, I believe, in the entire lobby. Very, very good score, and you know, that got really chaotic towards the end, but the score lead was just too much in South Korea's favor that Indonesia didn't really have much of a chance unless they comboed past the halfway mark. But very, very good scores in this lobby. You can already see.
Yeah, for sure. If Indonesia were just able to keep that run going just a little bit longer, hold on to some of that combo just a little bit longer, maybe that scoreline is going to look a little bit deceptive, because that could have gone either way, especially if South Korea had those misses come a little bit sooner.
Now back into Indonesia's pick, and this first pick, I mean everything for them, and wouldn't be surprised to see a Rice map. Here we go, Rice 1 is chosen by Indonesia, and I don't really know what other choices they would have, and Rice seems to be their dominant option to pick, and I think it's by a sizable margin when we compare it from LN to Rice and hybrids as well. As Indonesia can prove themselves super strong on these Rice maps, and I believe we can see that just like we saw in the LNs for South Korea.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like they're probably going to run the gamut of the more straightforward Rice charts, probably Rice 1, Rice 2, Rice 3, just back to back to back for their first couple of picks, because of the fact that they're so comfortable on speed picks, on jump stream picks, and they seem to have infinite amounts of stamina when it comes to it as well. So a pretty clear path for both of these teams to start this match off. It'll be very interesting to see how it evolves as we get further into this match, especially if Indonesia can hold their own on their own picks, because once those breakpoints start going over, then the doubt starts to creep in.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at last round, South Korea may have just had a few unlucky runs, but you can't really afford to have that when you're at this stage in the tournament, and they would really need to pull this one off if they want to try to take a breakpoint against Indonesia. And you know, at that is quite a tough ask when you're looking at these players on, I mean, even both teams have some powerhouse players here, so just expecting or wanting a choke is really hard to ask for, and only a minute and a half long map. It's a very short map, so consistency shouldn't be the deciding factor here, but rather physicality and how strong these players are.
Yeah, we start to enter the territory of, do you have the raw physicality to handle an extended amount of push? A minute and a half at this BPM is incredibly taxing, and I imagine South Korea maybe seeing if there's going to be a last-second substitution. Yonho going to check in for YZ. Unsurprising, they showed off what they were made of last weekend, putting up some incredible performances on some of these rice charts. Going to be backed up by Geisel and Vanilla Latte. No substitutions on the side of Indonesia. Unsurprising, this was their primary rice-oriented roster for much of this tournament. So see if they can hang on and see how this goes. Some final checks going on in the lobby, and we'll be getting into it. The second map of this best of 13, Indonesia's first pick. See if they can maintain parity or if South Korea can get that first breakpoint in this match.
Best of 13 indeed, and this is only the second pick, so there's still a lot to go, and we've yet to see Indonesia play on their maps, and this is the first time we get to see it, and all teams off to a great start. It's tied neck and neck, all players holding the same accuracy. It's really anyone's game at this moment, but it's only the very intro. It's very straightforward. Bad HD player finds those drops. Even more misses. That is really not good for Indonesia. That's really early on, and like we've seen in the last map, that's giving the early lead to South Korea, and that can really cost them, but Geisel does find the trade of return and will give some of the points back over to Indonesia.
Yeah, it was a pretty significant accuracy drops from both Bad HD player and Geisel, hovering in that low 99% mark, and Geisel finding another drop on the transition, traded back by Nisha Labyrinth this go around, and Bad HD player to boot, and that helps restore this cushion for South Korea. Begins to extend it to about 11,000 points. A little bit dicey through that first half. Got to keep the second half clean. It's still anybody's game going into the back half now. It's on the back of Yongho and Vanilla Latte to hold their own against Albert, and basically this duo of Bad HD player and Nisha Labyrinth.
Yeah, so it's a very short map, and we're already 3/4 of the way through, and South Korea is holding this comfortable lead, but any misses right now can really sway back over to Indonesia. I mean, Indonesia's slowly taking it back, but Bad HD player and Nisha both find misses. Geisel tries to trade it back, but it's now 30,000 point lead for South Korea. I don't know if Indonesia can even take it back at this point. This lead is massive, and there's really not long left on the map now, only a few seconds, and South Korea will take the first breakpoint off the map on Indonesia's pick.
Yeah, very strong performances there. Vanilla Latte really showing up on that chart, despite Yonho having the MVP performance. Albert as well with the FC, actually taking the honors from them with that very clean run. 985k, a very good score, but just unfortunate to not have the support to see it through to the end. South Korea, the beneficiaries of it, to make it 2-0 now. It is going to be pretty close. It's going to come down to if Indonesia can keep these runs clean going forward. The first breakpoint isn't the most detrimental, but it can definitely set the tone for the rest of the match as South Korea wastes no time. They're going to go for LN1 now.
Yeah, and the 200 counts when all the players are very, very matched. That entire map was just down to the misses from both sides, and unfortunately, Indonesia just had a few more misses and a few unlucky drops that really cost them that point, and that's all it comes down to. Super close, and now, like you said, South Korea wasting no time going into LN1 very fast indeed, but a very long map, almost 4 minutes long.
Yeah, one of the longer picks in this pool, and pretty relentless gauntlet to play through. It changes a little bit from a test of physical stamina to a test of mental stamina because of the fact that you have to juggle all the releases found in this chart. It can get a little bit taxing, and even if you are at the top of your game, just letting your fingers go a little too soon to try and keep up with the dense patterning can cost you so much accuracy, if not a couple of misses for the road. But everybody getting back into position. YZ checks back in for South Korea, and Indonesia staying firm with this 3-man roster. Bad HD player Indonesia Labyrinth and Albert looking to see it through here on LN1 against South Korea.
Indonesia are really gonna need to up their game here, I believe. If we see a result like last LN, that's really not gonna look too good for them. And you can see, I believe that's not a client miss from Gaesol, and that's going to give almost an early advantage to Indonesia, but not quite. And Bad HD player does find that early miss yet again. It's not uncommon, but YZ does trade it back, and the score lead is only 1,000 in South Korea. It's barely anything at this point. Those early misses really do make me curious for what we're about to see in this map. It's almost 4 minutes long. We've still got so much left to go, and so many potential misses can come around.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe the players just getting their feet wet with the patternings that are to come, just kind of settling in. It's very easy to get those early nerves and find those misses very early on. But because of the fact that they were early on, recovering from them is very easy, as Albert finds the drop into the transition into the second quarter of this chart. We are still very early days in this chart, but it's 7,000 points in favor of South Korea at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even with the misses, Bad HD player does find that miss yet again, but even with these misses, South Korea are slowly gaining the point difference based on accuracy alone, and Gaesol does find that miss, can give a little bit of the score back to Indonesia, but there still need to be a lot more from South Korea if Indonesia even want to take the lead at this point. But only third of the way through the map, Bad HD player does find another miss, and that's really not what we'd like to see. More misses coming out, and it's now almost 17,000 point lead. Nisha and Albert, that's all 3 misses from Indonesia here, and South Korea are looking very strong. Vanilla and YZ now past 3,000 combo, and Gaesol does find that miss as well, but it really will not mean anything at this point when the score lead is this high.
Yeah, for sure. It's really being buoyed by the fact that both YZ and Vanilla are holding on to very good accuracy. 99.4s, Gaesol not too far behind, only a couple hundreds. 99.4s across the board for South Korea. Meanwhile, Indonesia 3/10 behind as a team in comparison to their South Korean counterparts, and that's helping account for a lot of this lead, despite the fact that the trades start going back and forth once again. Bad HD player and Nisha Labyrinth just not having the best of times at the moment. Gaesol as well joining them in the combo resets, but Albert, YZ, and Vanilla Latte really holding on to the bulk of the combo going into the last third of this chart.
What are these combos from these players? Oh my
Ridiculous.
god. Ridiculous. Actually crazy. And 42,000 point lead for South Korea. I mean, what would you expect when you have these two players going absolute god mode right now? Indonesia do find some more breaks, and well, YZ finds a miss. It's going to be the first step in the right direction if Indonesia want to take this back. They still got around a minute left of the map, and they need to try to stay consistent for as long as they can. But Nisha and Albert both find misses there. Really need to hold on for as long as they can, but 50,000 point lead, you really need to hope that something goes wrong on South Korea's side here if Indonesia want to take this point lead back, but doesn't seem likely. South Korea are looking very strong on the back of Vanilla Latte's almost 7,000 combo.
Yeah, still holding on to the FC for South Korea, the only one left in this lobby, and it is putting in a boatload of work at the moment, extending this lead to about 50,000 points despite Indonesia's best efforts. It just feels like with every section that passes, the accuracy just starts chipping away ever so slightly, going down a 10th here, a 10th there, and they're just not able to keep up with this consistency that South Korea has had. Because sure, South Korea has had their misses coming through, but they're able to keep it so clean and able to build right back up where they left off, that once they build back that combo, they're able to take back the points that they have lost, as there's another combo reset for Bad HD player Nisha Labyrinth, and as the chart comes to an end, South Korea will take it to make it 3-0.
Vanilla Latte's FC, what is that score? That is an incredible score, and YZ really close behind as well. South Korea really proving themselves dominant on these LN charts. Those are some crazy scores on the South Korean side as well. Gaesol with the 2 miss. This is really, you can't really match this.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely just a level above right now from South Korea, just really feeling it and able to bring it to a forefront despite Indonesia's best efforts. A very consistent team run overall, everybody scoring in the 950Ks, and with this chart being as difficult as it is, you'd imagine that be more of the mean for everybody, but South Korea proving why they are currently the defending champions and putting up some ridiculous scores, as we have come to expect from them, as it is now Indonesia's next pick. I imagine Rice 2 or Rice 3 will come out. It's a matter of if they want to go for the Protect, they opt not to. It's going to be Rice 2.
Both teams choosing to save their protects for a later time. I believe South Korea also protected LN3, so I guess we've yet to see the bulk of it, and Indonesia will need to really try their best to take this point, and then on top of that try to take a break point back from South Korea if they really want to get back into this match, which is definitely possible considering Indonesia's incredible scores in the past few rounds, but it's just really hard to match some of these scores that South Korea are even able to get. It's ridiculous, but this map 2 minutes long, and if Indonesia can prove themselves consistent, then they can really take their first point of this match.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a matter of if they can keep these runs, these misses, to an absolute minimum, because South Korea are proving that they can put out some FCs on some of these charts, and it does raise the bar of expectation for the other team, as we see Yeonho check back in for South Korea, just round out this more Rice-oriented roster. YZ actually staying in place of Vanilla Latte. Going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. This is about 285 BPM jump stream. It is incredibly fast, but incredibly short. The margin for error is very slim as we get on into it.
I really hope this point will be a lot closer than the ones we've seen before. We just need to not see some early misses, which we've seen every single point so far. Players need to be a bit more consistent if they want to take this first point for Indonesia, which is definitely very viable considering its jump stream, but like you said, very fast at that 285 BPM and getting right into it, and all players holding very well for the intro and managing to maintain that accuracy and combo at that. Indonesia with a very slight lead, now up to the 4,000. I believe there's an accuracy drop from the South Korea side there.
Yeah, pretty significant accuracy drop. Gaesol dropping down into that mid 99% range. Gonna give Indonesia a tiny bit of a cushion to work with. I think the only one they've had so far this match, outside of maybe some stray swings here and there. As we make our way into the second third of the chart, all 6 players holding steady, just getting their bearings, but Bad HD player and Nisha finding drops almost back-to-back. Nisha with the second one for the road, and it does swing the lead back in favor of South Korea. No answers back from their side. All 3 of their FCs still going strong, and it is to the tune of about 8,000 points, that swing.
I really not like to see that, and that's quite the huge lead to give it to South Korea, like in just an instant. Though saying that, YZ does find that miss and trade it back, and the accuracy does drop from South Korea. Now the lead is back into Indonesia's favor, where all players are above the 400 combo cap, and Gaesol finds the miss as well, but Nisha does trade it back, and this is very close getting into the last quarter of the map. This could really be anyone's game, but Bad HD player does find that miss as well, but Gaesol does trade it yet again. We're seeing a lot of trades in this match so far, and the score lead is just flicking back and forward. Indonesia with a slight lead now. Albert and Yeonho both holding the FC, but Albert does find that drop, and that's going to be very detrimental.
And that was a significant accuracy drop from Albert. They were basically the linchpin for Indonesia, holding on to the highest accuracy for their country, but that was a pretty significant drop. Bad HD player takes the reins, but we're still not done. We're going to the last level of the chart. There's still trades going back and forth between these players, but Bad HD player, the next one to drop. It is now starting to go in favor of South Korea for the moment. YZ does find the drop, but it is up to Yeonho to hold on to the staggering performance. 99.7 for them. Albert and Bad HD player find the drop, and as the chart comes to an end, South Korea holds on against Indonesia to make it 4-0, taking yet another breakpoint from the Indonesians. What is that score from Yeonho?
Yeah, crazy score from them, and just judging by these 200 counts, I would like to repeat this, that it's literally very close. It's just dependent on these misses that these teams are getting that really sways the lead back and forth. That was very close right up until the very end there when South Korea took that by a very small margin. And this is just the stuff you would like to see in these kind of matches. Makes it very tense, but Indonesia really needed to hold what they could there for their own, and just unfortunately do find those drops, and that ultimately cost them their points. And South Korea now getting into their third pick where they get to choose LN3, and this is really not something you'd be hoping for if you're rooting for Indonesia.
Yeah, I think the one saving grace for Indonesia is the fact that this LN pool is significantly smaller than the rice pool, that South Korea would start to have to dive into the hybrids, and it does extend a tiny bit of an olive branch back the way of Indonesia, where they can maybe show off some of their rice physicality and basically kind of tank their way through some of those LN structures to hang on and make them a little bit tighter. But there's still plenty of match left to go. South Korea's not done just yet, and Indonesia might still have something to say about this, as LN3 was the pick here for South Korea.
Yeah, LN3 being chosen, and this is South Korea's Protect. So this is a map you would like to hope they have some really good scores on if we haven't already seen good scores already. So Indonesia are going to need to put up a really good fight if they want to take their breakpoint on this map. Though saying that, you said earlier about the LN pool being much smaller than the rice pool, and that is correct. And Indonesia, once the LN pool is drained, may be able to take their points on the hybrids, obviously less LN heavy as the LN maps themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And the interesting thing that I've been noticing so far this match, South Korea has been able to take a lot of these LN points, and most of these rice points without Poca making an appearance so far. The fact that Gaesol, YZ, and Vanilla Latte have been able to hold down the fort has really shown the level of depth that South Korea has in these late game map pools. And going forward, if they do manage to take the last couple of points in this match against the United States, it's going to be very interesting to see how the team dynamics develop and how the strategy changes for that potential final match. But that's a conversation for a lot later. We still have this one to go through. Indonesia still not out of it yet, but looking to try and get their first point. See if they can maybe do it on LN3 here. Maybe pull the rug out from the South Koreans as we get underway.
Yeah, and as most of these maps go, this map is only sitting at 1 minute 51 seconds, so yeah, again, is on the shorter side of things, and it just really comes down to which team can hold combo the longest, it seems like. But South Korea will have that early advantage on the back of Albert's drop there towards the start, but it's really too early to call anything at the moment, and Indonesia are slowly climbing back from it. The lead is very, very small at this point in time.
Yeah, for sure, that early drop. The good thing is that recovering back up over that 400 combo cap is very quick on a chart like this, just littered with this high intensity LN structure all over the place. A couple of bursts, and that catches out Vanilla Latte, and it's going to start to shrink the lead over the way of the Indonesians. All three of their combos basically built up once again, and the accuracy is now very catchable here for the Indonesians as Vanilla Latte makes that recovery run. No trades back as we make our way into the back half of the chart now.
Yeah, it's only 2,000 point lead and over halfway through the chart, as you said, and this lead is very small. If Indonesia can hold combo for what they can and just try to climb that accuracy a little bit, if South Korea even find a single drop, Indonesia can take their first breakpoint, but Nisha is the first one to find that drop and will give a bit of the score over to South Korea. 3/4 of the way through the map, YZ finds the trade, and it can go back at any moment. The score lead is so small, it's now in Indonesia's favor ever so slightly. The bad HD player finds that miss in return, and South Korea just need to hold if they want to take this point. It's so very close.
It's probably a lot closer than they were expecting. Sure, they have a 5,000 point lead, but that can vanish in an instant in these last couple of structures. But as the map comes to an end, things calm down significantly. And South Korea looked a little bit dicey there on the Protect, but doing just enough to hold off the Indonesians to make it 5-0.
That was a very, very close point, and just judging by the miscounts as well, that really could have been anyone's game there, and the 200 count from all players have been miraculous, and Gaesol and Nisha with the very low 200 count, and Gaesol with the and bad HD player with the very impressive ratios as well, but that really could have been anyone's game. It was flicking back and forth throughout that entire map just until the very end, and Indonesia now going into their own Protect Race 3.
We're going to go on to shine here before too long, and this is probably Indonesia's best bet to get something on the board. It's a very long chart, going to be a bit of a test of stamina for the players, but as you mentioned before, Indonesia has stamina to burn on a chart like this, and it's really just going to come down to keeping that miscount as low as humanly possible, because we have seen it before in the past where this map can, or maps like this can get decided by a singular drop somewhere in the middle of the chart, and it's just unrecoverable from there.
Yeah, that's usually how it can go for these longer sided maps, and this one is the longest in the build, but you know, quite long at 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and yeah, misses, as we've seen throughout this entire match so far, it has been down to these misses, and a single miss can really throw you off track and you can lose a lot of accuracy, and that's usually where it costs you at least a couple thousand points, and consistency will be the deciding factor for this match, which I'm hoping to see a lot more of in this map, specifically.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Vanilla Latte actually checking back in for Yonho, maybe giving them a little bit of a break. Don't want them wearing themselves out too much, if at all possible. And I think they've shown, actually, as I say that, Vanilla Latte departs and Yonho comes back in. So maybe some last second deliberation, seeing who is actually going to stay up for this chart. And Indonesia staying firm. Bad HD player Nisha Labyrinth and Albert going to stick this through probably to the end. I wonder if maybe if that last LN pick gets chosen for South Korea, we will see onto Bikasi, but that's a conversation for another day. We're going to get into the 6th map of this best of 13. South Korea firmly in control right now, 5 up on the Indonesians. Indonesia looking to try and find a way into this match.
Indonesia are really going to need to take this point if they want a chance to get back in this, and if South Korea do manage to take this point away from them, that'll be a 6-0 advantage to South Korea, and they still have that last LN pick. So Indonesia really need to try to put up a good fight in this one, and the early lead does go towards South Korea only by 1,000 points. It's just on the accuracy. No misses have been dropped yet, and Indonesia are looking quite comfortable trying to take that back, seem to be a bit more confident on the accuracy side of things, but this is 3 minutes long and misses are bound to happen. I'm sure we will find some eventually.
Yeah, for sure. I think the bulk of that lead came off the back of Nisha finding a couple of stray 200s through those opening bursts before diving into what is basically the bulk of this chart, just 273 BPM jump stream for extended periods of time. And as I say that, Nisha actually finding the first drop here for Indonesia, not traded back by any of the South Koreans so far, but it is only 3,000 points in their favor. Can easily swing back as we make our way into the 2nd quarter of the chart now.
It's not a lot of points to give to South Korea. It's really a small lead, and any miss from South Korea can return it. But Nisha does find yet another miss at the slower section. Probably not the best of places to find that miss, so that lead now is 7,000 points in South Korea's favor. Almost halfway through the map as well, and Indonesia really need to try hold strong for the rest of the map if they want to take this point. But South Korea looking very comfortable, sitting at almost all 3 of them at 99.7%, all FCing as far as I'm aware, and just looking too comfortable for them to even have any drops this time.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe as the chart goes on, they'll slip a couple hundredths of a percent in terms of their overall accuracy as that 300 count starts to accumulate. But Bad HD player going to find the next drop, and that was the highest accuracy for Indonesia, finding the miss. That is going to hurt a lot more in comparison to Nisha's drops as South Korea starts to grow this lead to about 12,000 points into the next break here. Still a third of the chart left to go. Still anybody's game, but the hill can quickly become a mountain to climb if you're not too careful, and it's going to be up to Indonesia to really shore things up in this last quarter.
So far through the map, and there's only a quarter left. South Korea will need to hold their combos if they want to take this point. They might be able to afford a miss or two, but Nisha finds that drop as well, and that's really not good for the Indonesian side here. Albert trying his best to maintain that score lead, but it's just not enough when you're at 14,000 point lead deficit, and really not long left of the map now. And South Korea are holding the triple FC, and there's really not much Indonesia can do at this point. South Korea, as long as they hold their combos, they will take this breakpoint away from Indonesia on their protect, but there's still a little bit of the map left to go. Misses can happen, but with a 20,000 point lead, doesn't seem likely that it can go in Indonesia's favor.
Yeah, for sure. And South Korea seeing the Protect come out from Indonesia and just taking it to them. A dominating performance on Rice 3. 3 FCs to their names. Only a couple of 200s scattered across their lineup, and they make it a match point situation 6-0 now, with Indonesia all to do now as they have to reverse sweep basically to take it to tiebreaker to see any chance of getting through this match.
No, it's not impossible, but South Korea still does have their LN4 to pick, and this is really not a good pick if you're Indonesia here. It's just really tough if you want to be able to get back into this game and take a break point on one of the LNs, which South Korea has been very dominant on. So it might be a very interesting one. Indonesia will need to really give it their all if they just want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. It's not impossible by any stretch of the imagination, but so many things can go wrong so quickly if you're not too careful. This is going to have to be a run of a lifetime. Indonesia has already done it before. Some incredible comebacks in this tournament, so do not count them out, but this is going to be probably the hardest test that they have had so far this entire tournament, and I think so far in their country's tournament lifetime.
I believe all players are ready, and we'll be getting into the potentially last map, or Indonesia can take it and try carry on into the match. But leaving that aside, this map is 3 minutes long, the same length as the last map, LN4. So South Korea might be quite confident with this pick. Indonesia, as I said, will need to give it their all, and this might be a really, really tough one to take if you're Indonesia. Really need to put in the effort.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, on any given day, you could have a misread here, misinput there. So many things, so many variables that you can't account for once you actually get into it. That as we get into the 7th map of this best of 13, South Korea on the precipice of booking their ticket into that grand finals against the United States, the team that knocked them into the losers bracket in the first place. See if they can run it back against them. Indonesia looking to pull off one of the greatest reverse sweeps of all time. Gonna need to do it on probably one of the hardest charts in this pool by their own admission, LN4.
Now, this actually might be winnable for Indonesia. I mean, judging by last round's results, where Indonesia did get C2 and South Korea got C3, which means that Indonesia did have the higher score overall, but last round is not this round. Different maps means different difficulties and so on, and South Korea, the very small score lead, but Indonesia can still take this point away from them. This is a very long map, so whoever can hold on the longest can ultimately take the point.
Yeah, and everybody taking a pretty significant amount of damage through that introduction. All these short LNs really taking a toll on the accuracy, but Bad HD player finding the first couple of misses in the lobby, going to help extend this lead for South Korea, making it about 11,000 points as we make our way into the second quarter of the chart. Now, YZ does eventually trade it back here, but the damage might already be done. Vanilla Latte and Gaisel holding down the fort once again for the South Koreans as Albert and Nisha Labyrinth try to put up a defense against them.
Pretty consistent 10,000 point lead for South Korea, and it really can go back the other way if South Korea find more misses. But Bad HD player and Nisha both finding misses. Indonesia not having any full combos left, and yet again South Korea, Gaisel and Vanilla Latte both full comboing this very tricky LN map. Though halfway through the map, anything can still happen, as we just see YZ does find a miss, but Nisha and Albert trade it back, and that's really going to be not in their favor. But yet South Korea will just they will eat it up, an 18,000 point lead now, and this is just slowly going in their favor. These misses are really not something you'd like to see if you're Indonesia at all.
Yeah, for sure. And as we cross our way into the back half of the chart now, about a minute and a half left for these players to play through. Nisha picks up the first drop in this section, does grow this lead for South Korea as we see misses all across the board on the transition. A full combo reset on the side of South Korea. Bad HD player Nisha traded back. Albert actually hangs on to their combo, and it helps shrink this lead by about 4,000 points, 17,000 points to margin. A quarter of the map left to go. Indonesia are not out of this just yet. Vanilla Latte finds a break into the transition. Nisha trades it back here. Bad HD player falls as well. And that might be over before it began for the Indonesians. Last quarter of the chart left to go here. South Korea, a couple seconds away from punching their ticket, but actually a lot of breaks coming through here.
We're seeing a lot of misses from everyone in this lobby, but Albert is the only one holding strong so far and trying to keep the dream alive. And 22,000 point lead now for South Korea. It's still slowly going up in their favor, but as we've seen so many misses, that can still happen again. If South Korea do find those even more drops, then that can give it back to Indonesia, but Albert did find that drop, missing out on that combo. The lead is quite in South Korea's favor, but YZ and Vanilla Latte did find those misses. That's almost 10,000 point lead back, but there's not long left of this map, and it doesn't seem possible. And 20,000 point lead for South Korea. South Korea will take the match 7-0.
Indeed, and with that, South Korea punches their ticket into the grand finals against the United States, an opportunity to run it back on this grand finals map pool at the expense of Indonesia, who will be going home with the bronze medal in this year's edition of the 4Key Mania World Cup. Commiserations to them, but congratulations to South Korea. Top 2 confirmed, and an opportunity to defend their title in just a couple of hours' time. But that will do it for us and this match. There's still plenty more action to come this weekend. Eliminate, do you want to tell the people watching what's in store for them this weekend?
Yeah. Okay, so we have after that match, we now have South Korea versus USA. For the grand finals to decide first and second place, which I do not have the schedule in front of me, but that will be at some point tomorrow.
And then we also have a show match for the players in store. We have invited some of the top performers and some special guests to play this grand finals map pool for you all. And that will be taking place at 15 UTC in just a couple of hours. So starting to tide you guys over, a bit of a precursor for what is to come. Some of your favorite players coming back to show off what they are made of on one of the hardest map pools in this tournament's history. So definitely tune in for that. But Eliminate, do you have anything else left to say?
I just want to congratulate both teams there and put up a really good fight. And Dallas just thought the entire tournament as well. Both teams had some really good scores and highlights and lowlights, so I think both teams should be proud of themselves for making it this far.
Yeah, absolutely. So until then, stick around for plenty more Mania action to come, but until then, we'll catch you guys later.
Alrighty, hello everybody! welcome once again to the Osumania 4Key World Cup 2023. We've got our final stream of the tournament. We've got grand finals between the United States, who made it there through the winner's bracket, and South Korea defeating Indonesia in the previous match to make it here for a rematch. I am Toph Daddy, one of your commentators, and I'm joined here by Potassium F. How's it going, my friend?
I'm so excited right now. Of course, grand finals, the two strongest teams of the tournament, and they've shown that time and time again. Both of these teams have been, I think, basically everyone would say these are the two clear strongest teams that we've had in the tournament, despite so many really strong performances by a lot of, the whole top 8, I would say even, have been performing insane, but these two have been on another level for real, and now we're going to decide who's going to win it, basically.
Yeah, and because the United States did get here through the winner's bracket, they have not lost any matches this tournament. South Korea will have to defeat the United States twice in a row to take home that number 1 spot. The United States only has to defeat South Korea one time and they will win the tournament. But the South Korean team, they're not here to mess around. They swept Indonesia in their previous match, which, you mentioned that these two teams maybe pretty clearly the top 2 of the tournament. And I think the difficulty of this pool really started to show that, because Indonesia had an incredible performance in the finals pool, even taking on South Korea in many of the picks, being very close or beating them. But then, grand finals pool comes out, it's a whole new level of difficulty, in South Korea's end game ability, which has been one of their strong suits for a long time, just overtakes and pushes them to a point where they're able to get that 7-0 scoreline against a team like Indonesia.
Yeah, I've been fairly impressed with South Korea's scaling in particular. I had a bit of question marks on some of the players coming into this, obviously switching the roster around, missing some of their players like last year, Snow Scent in particular, Sudden Death as well, some of their really strong late game players. But, the likes of Yonho, YZ have really been performing extremely well in the grand finals pool so far. But that said, United States, on paper at least, this is basically a consensus that most people have. They theoretically should have some of the best scaling in the whole tournament. So it is expected that they're going to be performing pretty well as well on this pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to tail off of the topic, but we did just see a 100 roll in grand finals, which is quite nice.
Oh, I missed that. Oh my god. Okay, South Korea off to a good start then.
They're really coming to win this match.
Yeah, and oh wait, this is spicy. Hold on.
I saw this one coming, actually.
An SV1 Protect after both SVs were banned in the last match. South Korea, they've practiced this very clearly, and they want to be trying to win off of the United States. I believe the United States actually won last week on the SV, did they not? They had an extremely strong SV.
Yeah, they beat South Korea on the SV pick that remained open last year, and looks like both SVs are actually going to be staying open as the United States goes ahead and protects end of system and bans Born to Lose. So that long note chart definitely not treating the United States well. And I mean, we saw South Korea have some exceptional performances on that map, so I fully understand the idea of trying to get rid of one of the LN maps.
Okay, I think you may have
spoken too soon. Man?
We're not actually seeing both SVs up. It's going to be...
That's a fascinating strategy from South Korea.
Protect SV and ban SV from South Korea. They clearly have their preferences when it comes to the SV picks in this stage, it seems, and I think this is a really good first pick. If you saw some of the match that happened yesterday... Wait, what's going on here?
It looks like Vanilla Latte said the wrong map at first.
Oh, okay, wrong map. We are seeing SV1 first anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, just get the Protect out of the way. I've said this before in many matches, but it almost feels like you have to do something like this when it comes to SVs, just because, you don't want to interrupt the flow of the match too much. if you want to like take the SV pick, because that's a whole pick you have to make, and it might be a sandwich between two maps you don't want to play, and it's also going to mess with like stamina and keeping yourself warm and all those kinds of things. So getting it done right away and making sure that you don't have to worry about that interruption later on in the match is a strategy I think we've seen a lot. Even if they're not like mentally thinking that and just wanting to get the SV out of the way, it's definitely like a factor that comes into account.
Yeah, it definitely also looks good. I think if any team is really, really comfortable with an SV pick, it is typically one of the first picks that you would go for. If it does get left till later, maybe you feel a little bit unsure about whether you're going to win or not, right? It kind of shows the confidence in a way where you pick it throughout the match.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, if we're looking at just like starting with the SV picks, this gives us kind of an opportunity to talk about like what strategies we expect from both teams. And I mean, we already have seen a little bit of, you know, what these two teams are wanting to do. South Korea with a little trickery after seeing both SVs banned in the previous match. Cortex won against the US, hoping to take that point. But, you know, against Indonesia, they were very gung-ho about, you know, picking up all those long note picks as well. So I imagine that's probably where they're going to start after the SVs. And the United States, you know, they've been picking Rice all tournament.
Yeah, the United States definitely has. They are a Rice team first and foremost. Still, obviously, you know, extremely strong in every other pool, but the Rice is where they really shine. So I think we are going to see South Korea picking LNs, United States picking Rice. But for now, here, the SVs off to a good start here for South Korea after Tristan Jacob finds a little bit of an early drop down to 94%.
Yeah, early break for the United States. This map is something else. I tried playing this, and it is so confusing to read. We see Peach Mail following that up with a break of their own as we get into the more difficult SVs. Very well practiced from South Korea here. Triple FC so far, lowest accuracies at that 95% range. On the United States side, we've got two players below the S rank with Cafecito holding really strong accuracy right now, but one player with strong accuracy is not going to be able to compete with what South Korea is showing here.
Yeah, we can see a very clear divide. There's three players that are absolutely destroying this chart right now, and three players that are struggling a little bit more. But for the South Korean side, they have two of those players that are holding on really well. Poker and Poker Fanboy, the duo, still on the 99% FCs, and we can see this lead is ballooning really quickly now.
Yeah, 113,000 points at the halfway mark, and we're continuing to see misses out of Peach Marrow and Tristan Jacob. Poka and Poka Fanboy both holding very strong accuracies and the full combo. YZ recovering from that earlier miss and still staying above that 95%, matching Tristan Jacob at the very least. So doing what they need to do to keep the score lead in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. Just the two scores at the top are so much higher than everyone else right now. Cafecito, 99.87. This is rising, actually, now that we're getting towards the last third of the map, and Poker's still on 99.8 as well. But yeah, 2 FCs to 1. Even YZ beating out the other two players on the bottom for United States there. So this is pretty much a done pick at this point, but we're just waiting to see what kind of scores we're getting from, like, what is Cafecito doing right now?
Yeah, 99.8. I feel like I would have expected this from like a Crew K type score, but no. This is a team that, you know, for the past 2 years has not had a very strong SV base and just absolutely has one player to destroy this chart. But, you know, like we said, one player having those really good scores is not going to be enough as the South Korean team takes their first point by 235,000 points.
Oh my god, 1,200 for both Poker and Cafecito there, but 995k is not something, like you said, this is a Japan, this is a Crew K level score coming out from Cafecito, but not enough to carry. Unfortunately, it's going to be South Korea winning their Protect, their first pick, so off to a good start there. But now, United States, the question is, which Rice map do they want to pick? Because it's definitely going to be one of them, right?
Yeah, I don't really know what to expect from the United States. Oh, Blue-White Crazy Stars. So they're going immediately out for speed out of the gate. Really short map here, but I mean, it's understandable. I don't think there needs to be like any super complicated strategy on the United States side. They're just going to be picking whatever Rice picks they feel the most comfortable with at that point, just because I think it gets South Korea out of their comfort zone.
I think as well is that this kind of ties into the other advantage that the United States had. Although, South Korea didn't play all that many maps, they do have knowledge on some of South Korea's scores. And this was one of the maps that was played yesterday. South Korea did have a little bit of issues on their third player playing this one in particular. So after looking at the team score from South Korea, I think the United States can be a little bit more comfortable. They have a little bit more knowledge than South Korea does at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. And this was, I believe, the only Rice pick that ended up being played in that match against...
I think there were 3.
Oh, no, I believe it was also played. So we had Rice 1 and Shine, you're right. I don't know if Rice 2 or Rice 3 are going to be like primary picks for the United States. They did seem to like them last week where it got first and second picked, but I see the United States more as like that kind of technical team.
Yeah. I think Tech is definitely... I think maybe Believe It is possible looking at the team score from South Korea if United States feel comfortable, but, South Korea getting a triple FC on Shine, I don't think that's safe whatsoever for United States. So I think that's going to be left till towards the end of the match if we get there. But for now, it is the speed pick, a very short one, like you said. So single misses are going to mean a whole lot here, only 1.5 minutes long.
Yeah, so singular misses are going to be important. ERA Dev finding a miss in that opening burst there. Not going to be too important as far as score and accuracy goes, but it is going to let South Korea start off with about a 2,000 point lead as we get into these first streams here. And it looks like the accuracy is actually already starting to maybe push it in the favor of the United States, but it's still very close. Ooh, big drop.
Gaysol.
Yeah, Gaysol and Vanilla Latte both dropping down to that lower 99 range. Yanho's staying alive for the time being, but that's 2 players at 99.7 for the United States. ERA Dev just trying to recover from that earlier miss and extending that lead to about 6,000 points going into the second half, already halfway done.
Yeah, the combo advantage really is negligible because of how early that miss from Dev was. And now Dev's accuracy, look, 99.6 already, coming from like a 98 at the very start. That is a really impressive recovery.
Yeah, and we're seeing... Oh, Cafecito. I was about to say we have a lot of full combos. Cafecito does find a drop, but the lead is still just increasing in the side of the United States. Vanilla Latte also found a break, but it looks like it's just that accuracy from the United States that is pulling them forward. Dev up to 99.6 now, and even despite that miss from Cafecito, also at 99.6. Yanho doing what they can to keep their score very high, but again, similar to SV1, not enough to, compete with the United States' scores.
This is just an accuracy diff right here. Yonho performing really well, actually keeping up with a lot of the players on United States, but, we have essentially 2 full combos for either team if we count Devs, but the accuracy is just so much higher there for the United States. They feel that much more comfortable on this one. Of course, Nepogin with the 992K helps out a lot there.
Yeah, and I mean, the total 200 count for the United States there is actually better than 2 of the individual players on South Korea. And South Korea gets a pick, and LN1 comes out pretty much immediately. I mean, this is kind of what we're expecting. Rice versus LNs. Though with one of the LN maps banned and SV2 also being banned, South Korea is going to be running into some picking issues because all of these hybrids are really, really difficult.
Yeah, that said, we haven't actually seen any of the hybrids being played for South Korea yesterday, so their scores are still a little bit of a mystery. Maybe if they do feel comfortable with 1 or 2 of them, that might be enough to last them in terms of the picks, but to even get to that point in the first place, they're going to have to win these LN picks, and that's no easy job here. They did have a really, really strong team score on this map yesterday, I will say that.
Yeah, they did, but like you said, it's going to be a tough task to even take all of the long note picks. I believe they actually did lose 1 or 2 of them last week in finals, though with the extra bump in difficulty, maybe they're hoping that the overall LN ability, like an endgame LN ability, is going to be able to carry them to a few points in this long enough pool.
Yeah, especially one like this, right? Very coordination-focused one, very hard to be comfortable on, and it's also almost 4 minutes long. So we're going straight from one of the, pretty much the shortest pick in the pool to, I think this is the longest pick, actually. So
yeah, even the stamina pick is not this long in the rice pool, and I don't know if anything gets that close outside of, the tiebreaker.
Yeah. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a marathon. Very hard to stay focused, stay composed and coordinated for the entire length of this one. Because as with LN charts in general, you don't really get that many breaks, because even during the break sections, you're going to have to hold some notes.
We are going to have to hold some notes. And doing that with nerves is no easy task, especially with, like you said, the extreme coordination that's required for this map.
Yeah, so definitely expect less full combos on a map like this than what we just saw. So it'll come down a lot to the consistency between the players, making sure you can maintain the accuracy, which is easier said than done on something like this, but we'll see. Both teams off to a very good start, at least, very early on into the map.
Yeah, no major issues coming out. The accuracy actually is slightly in favor of the US in this earlier section, though. Oh, Vanilla Latte actually does find a drop there, which is going to help the US start off with a lead, but it's traded back by Nepijin. Accuracy still kind of even across the board. Gaisel slightly ahead of all the United States players. YZ slightly behind, and then Vanilla Latte just, I think, making a slight difference, allowing the United States to take that 1,000-point lead that they have right now.
Vanilla Latte slowly climbing back up now at 99.3. This lead is still in favor of United States. Nepijin also climbing the accuracy a little bit. But this is fairly negligible. One miss going to be the difference between either team taking it. But it looks like it's growing just a little bit. YZ now dropping in accuracy down to 99.1. That's going to give USA a definite accuracy advantage now.
Yeah,
another miss.
Yeah, Vanilla Latte with a second miss. Still two full combos on both sides, but Vanilla Latte finding a little bit of a rush there, not able to find their footing in a couple of those patterns. And that balloons the lead up to 12,000 points in the United States with a little bit of wiggle room. Hello Sun dropping, trading one of those breaks back from Vanilla Latte. So now it's 2 full combos to 1 in favor of South Korea, but that accuracy helping the United States stay afloat as Hello Sun finds yet another break.
Yeah, very low accuracies from, well, relatively, from YZ and Vanilla Latte. That's really helping the United States out. Gaisol still matching pretty much the best accuracy on United States as well, matching Nepijin's accuracy. So it really is Cafecito and Hello Sun being, 0.4% just above YZ and Vanilla Latte right now. But it looks like Vanilla Latte is recovering somewhat, managing to make it up to 99.1 just about now.
Yeah, passing YZ in that accuracy, just trying to keep their composure together. Can't really afford any more misses, or the United States might just start running away with this point. It's still within striking range if the United States starts to find a few chains of, combo breaks, or even just accuracy loss could start swinging this and helping South Korea. But right now, we're still seeing insane amounts of combos. Lowest right now in the lobby, well, is Hello Sun, who's just dropped. It was about 2,000, but clearly every time I'm about to talk about their combos, someone has to break.
Yeah, speaking of combos, we actually still have 3 full combos in the lobby, by the way. 2 of them on South Korea's side, never mind, just 1 of them on South Korea's side, because Gaisol finds a miss.
We're on a roll today.
Yep.
This is perfect for Grand Finals.
Traded out by Nepijin, but that's going to leave this score lead, 14,000 points in the lead for United States. This is a very nice buffer for them, especially on a long map such as this. It's going to take quite a few misses in a row. Hello Sun's going to...
Yeah, they started the trip there with 1 miss from Hello Sun, but that lead is still about 12,000, and Vanilla Latte does trade that back. So still having a few issues. Slow section catches Hello Sun off guard yet again, but with Vanilla Latte's miss and trade, doesn't really affect the score difference for the time being. Everyone above the 400 combo now, so we're getting max points. And that accuracy lead for the United States helping ever so slightly as we start approaching the final bits of the chart.
Yeah, there's the last full combo on the United States gone, so Cafecito missing, but the accuracies are still being intact, and we can see, despite the misses from all of the United States players, actually, hang on a second, all of them miss now.
Another one from Nepijin with another miss, running out, Vanilla Latte trading it back and forth, but it's not going to be enough, and the United States is going to be able to take the first breakpoint of the match by 9,700 points. Really close call there, especially with all those misses coming out towards the end, but YZ with a full combo on that map.
Full combo, but lowest accuracy as well. Bit of a trade-off there, so it ends up, I guess, neutral. You would say.
I mean,
somewhere in the middle of the pack in terms of score.
They matched up with Hello Sun in terms of score based on that FC, and Gaesel actually had the MVP in that lobby. It just ended up being the difference between Vanilla Latte and the other two players on the United States, which allowed the US to take that lead in the end. And believe it, comes in Rice 2 immediately.
Another one that United States have the information on South Korea for this one, so feel confident that they can potentially beat South Korea's team score that they got yesterday. And of course, this one's a really fast one as well, so it does kind of play into the physicality a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at 286 BPM jump stream, if that already wasn't enough, these patterns are brutal. Like, maybe the hardest jump stream patterns I've ever seen in my life. So I would imagine that the United States feels comfortable picking this, or at least feels comfortable compared to the performances we saw from South Korea on this in the previous match. But there are so many spots for errors in this map, just based on how consistent the patterns are with the one-hand trills and the long anchors throughout it. At this speed, it's just really brutal.
Yeah, no, 2 minutes as well. It's not that long, especially compared to the last map that we just saw. Definitely gonna have some big score swings if we do have a few misses coming out from either side.
Yeah, though despite the shorter length than many of the other picks in the pool, this may be one of the most stamina draining, just based on, you know, the very anchory, maybe uncomfortable types of patterns throughout.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any breaks as well once you get into the longer stream sections for this, so it definitely does push your stamina quite a lot.
We've got our MP start command. The United States looking to capitalize on an early break point and extend that lead to 3-1. South Korea looking to even it back out and hope to take their first break point of the match. But, you know, second pick from the United States, it almost feels like a safety pick, you know?
Yeah, I think United States definitely still in their comfort zone. Oh, that's
what is going on with the US? That was
okay. That was
okay.
Yeah,
maybe it's client just messing with us today. There's been a lot of early misses today.
So all the combos actually intact for now, as we're at the very start of the map. Early accuracy lead just in a little bit in favor of the United States. Nepogen and Iradev looking very comfortable. 99.95 for both of them. But Gaesel not too far behind, actually.
Yeah, we've got 4 players at that 99.9 range. Capacito dropping just out of it. Yanho just a little bit behind, but that accuracy difference from YZ here giving the United States a very slight lead, but we still do have... Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a real miss this time from Nepogen.
It is a real miss. I have to mention that I was just about to mention the combos again. I swear they can hear me. They are listening to this like
They've
live.
got the stream open, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not even because the stream would be lagged behind. They're listening
in
this call.
They're in the call right now. Whenever they hear the word combo, they're like, okay, time to miss.
I didn't even say combo.
Okay, YZ now actually going to trade it back, but this one actually accompanied by a really big act drop. Look at this, down to 99.2. That was up at 99.6, 99.7 just before, so massive score swing in the favor of United States, 15,000 points immediately. And despite the miss, Nepogen still has 99.8. Gaesel now finding a miss as well for South Korea.
Yeah, that lead is starting to skyrocket a little bit. Looks like the stamina might be hitting the South Korean team just a little bit. 2 full combos to 1. Yanho keeping up with the accuracy of Cafecito. Gaesel, a pretty clean drop there as well, managing to hold on pretty close to Iradev. It's just that difference between YZ and Nepogen, but that is a miss from Yanho, and that is the last FC gone from South Korea, as we still have 2 remaining on the United States with a 40,000 point lead going into the final few patterns.
This is going to be an absurd team score. we have 2 full combos, 1 single miss, and Neptune still has the highest accuracy in the entire room.
2.97 in grand finals?
Oh my god.
Neptune with
What is
only
that
1
ratio?
200.
The ratio on Neptune.
That too.
That is
177 is
insane.
pretty crazy. 4 200s coming out from Yonho with the 1 miss. So keeping his team in the running for it. Gaysel doing quite well themselves. A large part of that score gap just came from that 1 chain of misses that YZ saw earlier, like midway through the map.
Yeah, this is just a team score that's hard to beat. I mean, almost impossible to beat, you would have to say.
Yeah, there's not much you can do against that.
And South Korea really on the back foot now because they're going to have to win one of these Rice picks from the United States if they want a chance to come back. They're also going to have to win the remaining LN picks. I think one of those LN picks might be coming out now unless they decide to go towards a hybrid.
I would imagine long notes is the right call here. I could see Mugen houyou coming out from South Korea. They did win the speed long no pick from the previous round, and it looks like South Korea is actually going to be calling a timeout, trying to get themselves back together, looking to, make sure they have the right pick, make sure that all the nerves are gone, make sure that anything that all their ducks are in a row,
Yeah, definitely a really important really important moment in the match for South Korea now because, they have to get on the board now. They can't afford a second break point. So there is no room for error against a team like the United States.
Yeah, no room for error, and the United States successfully capitalized on the first break point that they got. And, that the more time goes on in this match, if the South Korea is not able to return the favor and take a break point of their own, the more pressure gets put on South Korea just because of how strong the United States is and how capable they are of even taking more break points, especially once we start getting closer to that hybrid pool.
It looks like they got a bit of a nosebleed issue on the side of South Korea, so taking a bit of a moment to get that sorted.
Yeah, we got a medical timeout here.
Yeah, I do think the LN picks, I mean, if they do end up going with the hybrid, what do you think would be the better hybrid to go for South Korea?
It's really hard to say. Maybe Apocalypse Ray? I think that one is the easiest of the hybrids in this pool.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it definitely is probably the most straightforward out of them. But
I think the biggest problem with it is that it's so, there's so much Rice difficulty on top of it that I think it's hard to, want to pick that against a team like the United States. And if we're going off of just long note potential for these hybrids, you've got Angel Echo there, which is a little bit more on the long note heavy side, but it's also maybe the hardest map in the pool.
Yeah, we've seen what the scores are like. I believe we saw that in the show match if anyone was watching that one. Very, very low scores. And if you, compared to the rest of the maps, if you see Muka getting, 966k, that's how you know the map is kind of insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricky patterns. It's very easy to find multiple drops in a row, and the accuracy, it's OD7, but that's for that map, OD7 is really high.
Yeah, OD7 is actually crazy for an Abraxos style map. None of those releases are even remotely timeable or hackable.
Yeah, not to mention the gaps between some of the mini jacks and some of the faster patterns are not super comfortable.
So I guess maybe in a way that kind of works as a bit of a Hail Mary pick, just to throw everything in the air. Just hope that United States tank a little bit harder than Korea. But for now, it's going to be sticking to the standard picks, standard LN picks. You would say this is the density one, another fairly short one coming out for the LNs this time.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the South Korean team is doing pretty much the same exact thing they did against Indonesia, which was picking the LN picks all in a row. They picked it LN1, LN2, LN3, and then LN4 in their match against Indonesia, and it looks like they're just going to do the same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a plan that you would definitely... I mean, I have to agree with it, because it's not like you're going to be picking any of the Rise picks, and we've already kind of mentioned how dangerous a lot of these hybrids can be, so it really does feel like they have to go for these LNs, and they have to win them if they want to be able to come back.
Yeah, for sure. This is where that momentum has to start shifting in South Korea's favor if they want to take this further. But the United States, very strong. We've already taken one LN point. I could see them taking another, though I think LN2 and LN3 are going to be the maps that, maybe South Korea would feel more comfortable with. I feel like the United States is going to be more comfortable with this than, say, LN1 or LN4, which they banned. But I also just get the feeling that South Korea is going to be so comfortable on this that they could just, outperform the United States, even if they also feel comfortable on it.
Just mentioning as well, we're also seeing Poker being subbed in for this one on South Korea. Not something that I would have necessarily expected, because I believe Poker didn't play this pick yesterday either, and also hasn't been playing any of the regular Rice or LN picks so far today, but we'll see what their score is, because if Poker's subbed in, kind of gets me thinking maybe the accuracy is going to be a bit better for South Korea this time.
Potentially, and maybe they were putting, their not strongest roster in the previous match, or maybe Poker just wasn't available. So far, very strong start from everyone here. YZ a little behind in the accuracy, Cafecito just ahead, but this lead is basically nothing, as Gaisel and Poker are pretty much just handling Hello Sun and Epigen's accuracies match for match. It literally is just the difference between YZ and Cafecito right now.
Even that's a tiny difference as well. You can see actually now Poker all but two drops from the United States.
1 FC to 2 right now, and that gives South Korea a little bit of a lead. The accuracy is still relatively similar across the board. It looks like South Korea might actually have a little bit of an accuracy lead. Poka's dropped very, very clean compared to Hello Sun, and that's a 7,000 point lead. And Nepogen misses right on the end of one of those notes, and that's going to help South Korea hold on to an even larger lead as we get into the final third of this map. Still two full combos to one, and Nepogen finding another miss.
It's such a hard section right here. Everyone, so many people holding on here. Hello Sun finding another miss. Traded with Gaisol though. But it looks like the drop from Hello Sun is a little bit more. This lead is increasing as we get into the end of the map, but a double miss for South Korea.
Still one full combo on each side, and it looks like the accuracies are still stronger on the South Korean side as we come into the final few bits of this map. But Cafecito in the break drops their full combo, and it's just YZ remaining with that full combo going into the ending, and it looks like South Korea, barring any huge mistakes here in the ending, should be able to hold on to their own point and keep the United States away from taking a second breakpoint early on in this match.
Yeah, everyone handles those last patterns nicely. 11,000 points, really strong showing here from South Korea. Full combo for YZ, the only one in the lobby. And this accuracy, well, it's close. It's close, actually.
It is very close in accuracy across the board. 12 200s coming out from both Nepogen and YZ. 20 coming out from both Hello Sun and Gaisol. It's just Poka a little behind in the 200 game, but the combo game saved South Korea on that pick, and they're able to take one of the long note points away from the United States. But it is the United States pick. They have a whole rice pool to work with.
And now it's going to be the Protect coming out. End of system, the tech pick, well, the first technical map that we're going to be seeing at least.
Yeah, maybe the most, when you think of tech, there's a few things that I think people do think of, but I think this map is the most, tech map of them all. It's mini jacky, it's bursty, it's got a lot of varying patterns. I think it more so than the other two tech picks in the pool, which, Rice 6 being more of a speed and burst type of tech with awkward patterns, and then Rice 7 being more of that, I don't even know how to describe Rice 7.
Dumpy kind of? Stream tech?
It's like jump stream tech almost, with mini jacks, stamina tech maybe? I don't know. That's not the pick we're worrying about right now, though. Rice 5 comes out, end of system. They protected it for a reason. I imagine their scores are quite good, but as far as the technical picks in this pool go, I think this one is the easiest of them, which would lead me to believe that South Korea could put up a good fight on this. But we'll have to see how all of the performances come along, especially with some of those harder patterns in this map.
Yeah, interested just looking at the rosters right now. Of course, Dev coming in for the United States is expected, but Yonho I would expect to come in for South Korea, replacing maybe one of these players. Or not. I do feel like Yonho has been one of the strongest performing Rice players, at least for South Korea. But maybe they're sticking with the three here. Of course, they still have very strong physical ability on these three.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a little surprised to not see Yonho in.
But okay, it looks like this is going to be the three here.
Oh,
Maybe
no, there it is.
No?
Okay,
Oh, there it
Yonho's
is.
in.
Okay, replacing Gaysol. Okay, interesting. So we'll see how this goes. I do think that South Korea, I mean, we've seen United States accuracy. I think the United States pretty much guaranteed has the accuracy advantage on a map like this. So South Korea is going to have to rely on the combo. They're going to have to hold on to the combo as much as possible and hope that United States get a couple breaks, which is definitely possible on technical maps like this.
I do think that that's kind of just it, right? Because the United States has such strong accuracy. You know, a team like South Korea also has great accuracy, but when you're talking about players like Dev and Neptune, who have shown such a lock on that accuracy, in South Korea's head, it almost feels like they have to mentally prepare to maybe let go of a few 200s more than they would have liked to, and just make sure that they're gripping on that combo as much as they can. But Yonho, unfortunately, finding an early drop, it is before 400, going to affect the score a little bit less than a miss from here on out would. But that is still going to give the United States a respectable lead coming out of the first quarter.
Yeah, but look at these accuracies right now. The name of the game for United States, 99.9 on two of the players, and Vanillalade drops the combo once again, so two misses from South Korea already. United States still with the triple full combo and the ACK lead. This is a big early lead now, almost 20,000 points.
Yeah, and it's going to take a few drops from the United States now, maybe upwards of 4 or 5. And I think even one of them might have to be a little bit dirtier than we've been seeing the misses earlier on in this match. But the United States still with that triple full combo, and Nepogen holding above a 99.9 as we start getting into some of these more brutal patterns. Yonho finding another drop in YZ, dropping the final full combo on the side of the South Korean team.
First miss coming in from Team USA from Nepogen, but that is the cleanest miss I have seen in a good while. Still 99.8 despite the miss.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of an accuracy drop on the United States side as well. Cafecito actually in the 99.5 range. YZ actually having a stronger accuracy than Cafecito right now. It's really just a combo keeping the United States in the game, and that absolutely insane accuracy from the bottom row of the United States team. All the combos back to normal. South Korea finding some footing and trying to increase that accuracy, but a traded miss right there between Dev and Vanilla Latte is not going to help the South Korean team make it back in, and Yonho adds another miss to that, and looks like the United States gonna ride their way to a 4th point.
Yeah, that is going to be a very convincing one at the end. 52,000 points. The only FC here being on Cafecito, I believe. But
and
once
not getting
again,
MVP on that one, though.
Yeah, Nepogen's accuracy. Nepogen's
no
accuracy
200s.
is just
no
crazy.
200s. I don't know how that happens.
I mean, without the miss, without the 100, that would be close to what, 996k? I think
like that. Something like
insane.
That. That's a 1 to 25 ratio. So,
oh my god. Yeah, so United States pretty good at the game. We've established this fact.
Pretty good. South Korea also pretty good. They have a long note pick remaining. They got Mugen houyou right there, ready to go. They did win the density pick. I imagine South Korea is going to have a pretty good shot of holding on to their own point here. I think especially with how they performed on the Rice 3 from the previous pool in finals, because the United States had a lot of trouble holding on to combo in that map last week, and South Korea was able to just, run away with that point. I imagine they're hoping something similar happens this week.
Yeah, but that said, United States, they only have 3 points they have to win, and they don't even have to touch Shine. They can pick the other 3 Rice maps, and if South Korea is not that comfortable on any of these last 3 Rice maps, then that could just be it. But for now, it has to be LN3. This is the only real pick that I can see for South Korea being that strong, especially after how LN2 went. I think that's the obvious choice here, and it looks like they are going for it, yeah.
Yeah, there is the pick. Filling out that long note pool, last LN pick remaining in the pool for South Korea. They're really going to want to win this if they want a chance to stay in. Losing 2 breakpoints to the United States might just be a death sentence. Especially now that they don't have any more long note picks after this. They're going to start having to move into that hybrid pool, or, pick a Rice pick, which the United States has been showing very strong performances on. I could definitely see South Korea wanting to go with like a Rice 4 pick over one of the hybrids, especially if they don't feel physically strong enough to handle some of those hybrid patterns in comparison to the United States. But it really comes down to what they're comfortable with at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely imagine something like Shine coming out as well. If South Korea they feel comfortable with getting, a couple of FCs, that might be enough, even with an accuracy advantage. FCs can win over a few missed scores.
Yeah, and I mean, South Korea triple FC'd Rice 3 in the previous match, so 1 or 2 misses from the United States absolutely could open the door for them to take a point on a Rice pick.
So we'll see. Definitely some opportunities here. But, as you said, 2 breakpoints might be a bit too much. 1, potential.
But it starts here. They're, like we were mentioning, LN3 been a pretty comfortable spot for South Korea to be in over the past few weeks. Did beat the United States on it last week. Had a good score on it against Indonesia earlier this weekend. Hoping to keep that mojo going and just, looking to keep themselves in this match for the time being.
Yeah,
trying to set themselves up so that they can take a break point and still, even out this match. But that LN1 score is pretty scary early on in that match. You just got to hope that you can hold on to the accuracy and the combo better than they were on that map. And this one's a lot shorter, so I imagine combo is not going to be as big of a deal as it was on LN1 there.
Yeah, also, a little bit less coordination focus. Maybe you would say this one's a little bit more similar to LN2 than it is to LN1. A lot faster than LN1, that is for sure. We can see the rolls already out the gate there. Few accuracy drops coming in. Cafecito dropping combo as well as the accuracy now down to 98.7. That's giving South Korea a very nice early lead so far.
Yeah, about 7,000 points there. Cafecito actually having a little bit of trouble bringing that accuracy back up. It's still below that 99%. Nepogen does find a break. It's traded back by YZ there.
But a second break from Nepogen, actually. So this lead is going to start growing a little bit more. And the accuracy lead actually in favor of South Korea really solidly. Poker beating Hello Sun. Hello Sun finding a miss as well. Hang on a second. This is actually a really strong performance right now from South Korea. 26 points in the lead so far, but YZ finds a miss. That's going to put a little bit of a dent in this score lead.
Yeah, quite a heavy accuracy drop with that miss as well, down to the lower 99s. But Cafecito is still underneath that 99% range. Wasn't able to recover their accuracy enough to get back above the 99%. 22,000 points in the lead. Gaesel drops the full combo for the South Korean side. Poke is the only one left with a full combo with a strong accuracy, highest in the whole lobby. Gaesel doing a good job keeping up with Hello Sun and Nepogen as well. And it's going to take a few more drops from South Korea if the United States wants to take this, but this looks like a very strong pick for South Korea. Okay. Hello Sun does trade that back. So South Korea will be able to protect their own pick. They finish out the long note pool with a point, with a strength, and they keep themselves in the match. They keep themselves within one breakpoint of the United States, and, it's back to the United States pick. They could start getting that momentum back right now if they're able to take a rice point away from the United States.
Yeah, it's within 1 point. We can see here 4-3. So it's not like United States is out of the woods just yet. But South Korea, they're going to have to win one of these rice picks. And, I'm still looking at those last 2 rice picks at the end there. Cortex charge are going to be the pick right away here.
Indeed, one of our custom songs for this round, one of 3. I have seen some of the scores from the United States.
I imagine they're pretty good.
They're
okay.
They're
all right.
They're all right. They're pretty good. But this is also an interesting pick, in my opinion, because there's so much of a stamina requirement for the types of patterns within this. There are definitely a lot of technical patterns. There's lots of mini jacks and bursts throughout this, some rhythmic awkwardness in certain spots. But I think as far as the physical requirement for those mini jacks, it's not as pervasive as it was in Rice 5. So I could imagine South Korea almost treating this similar to a jump stream, or just a jump stream chart where they can just hammer down the combo.
Even then, if you look at the last tech pick that we just saw, even if the combos were intact, I feel like the accuracy was just so strong from United States that even with 3 full combos, it feels like maybe that's not even enough.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it ends up going, though. The United States has been having a little bit of combo troubles throughout this match. So I could definitely see them starting to find some issues, especially as they start digging deeper and deeper into this rice pool, as they get further and further away from the things that they're most comfortable with, though. We talked earlier, before the match started, that the United States was a technical team. They're very much maybe the strongest technical team in the whole tournament, and they've showcased that on at least Rice 5, but they have some more work to do if they want to showcase that on Rice 7 as well.
Let's see, off we go here. And right into these patterns, Yonho with an early break down to 98.3, actually big accuracy drop, so United States, 10,000 points already.
Yeah, ballooning up to 14,000 with that miss from Gaesol. 2 misses out of South Korea, 1 full combo remaining for them, 3 full combos remaining for the side of the United States, and the accuracy lead on top of that combo just absolutely mind-boggling. Gaesol getting back up to the combo limit, but actually dropping below the 99% range there. Climbing back up a little bit in this jack section. YZ doing their best to keep themselves within range of the United States players.
Cafecito does find a miss as well, but it's fairly clean still at 99.6, and Yonho also increasing the accuracy. So this lead, it's not getting too much higher than it was before. Still remaining manageable for South Korea, but they're going to have to bring up the accuracies a lot more here. Gaesol now 99.1, so above the 99 once more.
Yeah, they've got to bring up that accuracy, or hope that the United States starts falling apart. We are still only halfway through this map. Still opportunity for a lot of misses to happen, a lot of stamina issues to come around, but that accuracy lead is only helping the United States stretch this lead out, slowly increasing it over time. Up to 30,000 now in Yonho, finding another break. Looks like they might be having some stamina issues.
Yeah, Gaesol missing earlier as well, back all the way down to 98.8 now after that miss. Nepogin trades, but that is... How does Nepogin miss so cleanly every time? It's crazy. But another miss from Nepogin, not going to matter though, because this score lead is massive. 45,000 points, still massive act lead for the United States. Gaesol with another miss here. And it is 1 full combo each, but
I was just about to mention that. YZ having some very impressive accuracy as well. ERA Dev actually does find the drop, so the only full combo left on the board is from YZ right now. But the accuracy is just way too much for South Korea to handle right now. 2 players at the low 99 range for South Korea. The lowest on the United States is Cafecito right now at 99.5.
And there goes the full combo at the very end, last 2 seconds, YZ loses it. So no full combos, and United States with an extremely strong performance once again. All 3 players 980k.
Yeah, absolutely mind-boggling scores. 5 200s from 2 of the U.S. players. Some good scores out of South Korea as well. 18 and 16 200s, still very good. 41 just behind that 99% mark. And South Korea immediately going with hybrid too.
Oh, okay. This is we did talk about this one. It is coming out. The bit of a Hail Mary, bit of a wacky pick, you would say.
Yeah, a little wacky. First hybrid we've seen in either of the 2 grand finals matches. We did see this in the show match, as we mentioned before, where Muchi was not able to even hit 970k. So the map's a little hard.
Yeah. And that was also MVP performance, so no one else, of course, was able to match Muchi either with the 966k. So we're not going to see very high scores, that's for sure.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past these players to get some pretty nasty scores on this. I don't know about any of the performances, though. We didn't see this in the earlier match between South Korea and Indonesia. The United States obviously hasn't played this yet on any stream. So it's going to be a little bit of a mystery. I honestly, in my own head, I'm thinking whoever combos this better is the winner.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking as well. You know, if South Korea is going to rely on combo to try and win the points, this is probably the map to do it, because if you manage to get a really strong combo with the low scores that we're expecting to be able to see here, high combo can just carry you. Absolutely, in a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, with OD7, like we mentioned, that OD7 is still, like, for an Abraxas map, it is pretty high with the kind of patterning that we're seeing, but it does mean that there's a little bit of looseness with the accuracy, and focusing on combo is not going to it's not going to impact your score quite as heavily as it would on some of the other maps that we've seen in the pool. Early miss from Cafecito gives the South Korean side a little bit of a lead early on. It is before 400 combo. Yanho trading that back as well before the 400 combo mark. And the United States takes a big lead off of some of these accuracy drops.
Yeah, big accuracy drops for Yonho and Cafecito, but Vanilla Latte finding a miss down all the way down to 98.6 as well. Yonho finds another miss also. Now Cafecito's already managed to get back up to above 99, but oh look, everyone's missing now. Hello Sun and Vanilla Latte both trading.
2 full combos left. We got YZ and Nepogen with the full combos. Cafecito basically has a full combo, just missed right out of the gate there. But even so, big combos. This, I keep mentioning it, but what is Nepogen's accuracy right now?
It is absurd. 99.66. Hello Sun finds a bit of a miss there, but traded by YZ. That's all the full combos from South Korea gone. Finding another miss for YZ. This is big act drop. Nepogen and Yonho and YZ all missing now.
Actually, huge accuracy drops from pretty much everyone. Only Nepogen above 99% at all after that section.
And that's going to favor the United States. 24,000 points in the lead and 2 misses from South Korea. Cafecito trading one of them. Hello Sun trading the other one. So back and forth the misses go.
It's all just about the accuracy difference right now. Both teams are able to keep combo about as well as the other. I think Nepogen's just making a huge difference with that 99.3% accuracy. Yonho finding a chain of misses here. Not traded back by the United States that time, and extends the lead to about 34,000 as this section is really not treating Yonho very well.
Yeah, this is a really rough one. If you start missing, it is so easy to chain misses here. YZ finds another one as well. Now this lead is kind of getting away from them. Nepogen does find a miss, but once again, the cleanest miss I've ever seen.
I don't know how you get clean misses on this map at all.
It just doesn't make sense. I don't know. But Nepogen finding another one, this one dropping all the way down to 99.3 from 99.4. Not going to affect the score whatsoever. This is another break point for United States.
Yeah, some really impressive scores all around from these players. About a 50,000 point lead. We have 5 players above 950k though.
Yeah,
That's
this is
just a good overall score, I think. This map is so hard to get good accuracy and combo and score on. It's very impressive that these players were able to get so many high scores on this map.
Yeah, these are actually much higher scores than what I was potentially anticipating as well. So United States managing to take that away from South Korea. That is 2 break points now. South Korea have to win 3 points in a row to force a tiebreaker, to force a bracket reset.
Ooh, whoa,
So-
Rice 4 comes out.
Ooh, this is an interesting. I was expecting maybe Rice 6 to come out, but here we're getting the Jack pick. A little bit of an interesting one here.
Yeah, I don't know about this pick. This is definitely starting to get into the territory of potential breakpoints for South Korea. Definitely more so than the previous picks that we've been seeing.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
South Korea's Jack team is very strong, and I don't think they're going to be backing down on this kind of map. Like 167 BPM is fast, but South Korea is also very fast.
Yeah, Corjack is always that kind of skill set that's separate from all the Rice maps. You can't really treat this as just another one of the Rice maps the United States are gonna, have that accuracy lead and just run away with. This is something that is very dangerous. If the players in South Korea can keep up with the BPM, with the patterning, which I think they definitely have the capability of doing, then this one could get extremely close. Like we even saw, last week, 1 point. The difference between Japan and United States. Was that last week? No, that was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
That was 2
semifinals.
weeks ago. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Jacks are one of those skill sets that you're either really good at or you're really not good at. And when the BPMs get this high, I could definitely start to see some of these players maybe having issues keeping combo consistently throughout it. It's kind of weird in that I'm in a position where I would have almost expected the United States to pick like Hybrid 3 before this.
Yeah, I mean, especially after seeing that Hybrid 2 performance, maybe some of the more physical hybrids might favor United States as well. But, well, this has been picked right now. Maybe a chance for South Korea to come back into this one. A long road ahead of them, of course.
They've got to win the next 3 points in a row at the very least. They got to win the next. Well, technically, they have to win the next 4.
Yeah.
But the 4th pick would have to be tiebreaker, and that's a scary prospect, just like in anyone's head.
Well, no matter what happens, I'm always praying that we're getting a tiebreaker, of course, in the grand finals, but easier said than done here. United States, I mean, despite all we've said about this pick, it definitely does feel like United States should have a bit of an advantage here, if we're only talking about the accuracies.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, we're opening up with Yonho finding an early break that is, again, going to be before 400 combo. Not going to affect the score as much as it will once we hit 400 combo, but the United States with an early 4,000 point lead in this early section. Something else to really note about this Jack pick is that it's a little bit different from the Jack picks that we have been seeing for the rest of the tournament, because it is 3 minutes and 15 seconds. The stamina aspect of this is no joke.
And when we're talking about stamina as well, we have seen, some of the South Korean players have run out of stamina a little bit towards the end of some of these picks as well, some of the longer maps. So United States may be a little bit favored in that regard. Yonho finds another miss. That's the second one for South Korea. Ak lead also very strongly in favor of United States. Vanilla Latte finds a miss as well, actually. This lead's going to start to balloon a little bit.
Just a little bit. We're up to 16,000 points as we hit the next break in this map. Not very long one, but still get it.
Lowest accuracy right now, just saying, on United States is 99.87.
Oh, and the final full combo on the side of South Korea does find a break. Gaesol finding a second one there as Vanilla matches it. And Gaesol may be starting to hit those stamina issues a little bit earlier than I would have expected for that to happen. But that is no full combos for South Korea versus 3 right now on the side of the United States. Just so far, an absolutely dominant performance in both combo and accuracy from this team.
This is a monstrous team score. What are they doing? Dev finally the first one to make a mistake here for United States, finding a miss, but still 99.82. This accuracy is way above everyone else on South Korea. Yonho's doing decently, actually. 99.74, recovering from the earlier misses very well. The second miss from Dev, not really going to dent the score a whole lot.
There's another one. The South Korean side has recovered their combo. All three of them back above 1,000 combo and trying to keep themselves consistent. No breaks so far. They are still fighting against 2 FCs on the side of the United States. But with those misses from Dev, we could absolutely start seeing a few drops. There definitely is some wiggle room for this United States squad here, but they're not out of the water yet. They still have a quarter of this map. They still have some stamina that they need to make sure that they hold on to as everyone holds on to the combo. But Yonho does find a drop for South Korea. Extends that lead to 31,000 as we're getting into the final patterns, and I think there has to be a meltdown now for the United States to give up this point.
Yeah, there's just no time left, and it's looking like they're going to seal this one in. Iridev finding a miss at the very end, but not really going to matter too much. Accuracy still very high. And they're going to keep the 2 full combos as well. MVP going over to Nepijin, 99.88 is crazy.
996 on a Grand Finals map.
Oh my god. But congratulations, United States win the Osumania 4Key World Cup 2023 for the first time since 2015, actually, which is crazy.
Yeah, we've seen the United States be so dominant, at least making it to the top 3, and it's just they never got the W since that 2015 run. But that is going to be it for this match. South Korea taking 3 points off of the United States, coming up from losers after winning against Indonesia for their shot, and unfortunately do not make it through the grand finals against the United States.
Yeah, congratulations here, Team United States, winning after being a top 3 team, it feels like, for so long, for the past, 8-9 years or so, feeling like they've always been in that upper echelon, but never quite winning it until now. So this is their year. They get number 1. Congratulations to them. And also congratulations to the whole podium. Of course, we also have South Korea in 2nd place and Indonesia in 3rd place as well, with really strong showings themselves.
Yeah, new podium finisher in Indonesia. So yeah, huge congrats to all 3 of those teams. But with that, I think we still have a little bit more that we want to show off here.
Yeah, as is customary, we should have a little bit of a tiebreaker showcase, perhaps. We'll wait until that one's ready in just a bit, I assume.
Just making sure everything is ready to go for that. But yeah, what an insane tournament that we've gotten to showcase here. It's kind of hard to think about how all these performances went from all these teams. Like we've already mentioned, first time podium finisher in the 4Key Mania World Cup in Indonesia, making it all the way there. Not to mention these map pools, they were so difficult, way more difficult than previous years, and we were still seeing all of our top 3, our grand finalists absolutely destroying the maps. Even finals was getting up there. We saw those teams putting in performances of a lifetime. And, that's not to discount all 32 teams who made it into the bracket and all of the teams that didn't make it into the bracket, putting on a wonderful show for us all to see here. I've had a great time watching this tournament. I think it really may be my favorite tournament thus far in the series.
Yeah, as a whole, I think this tournament was absolutely insane. And I think the story as well for me has been all of these other teams, not necessarily the top 3 teams, but everyone else kind of in the pack just below top 8, top 10 kind of range. So many of those teams have shown up massively this year, improved their performances, improved their teams. And we've seen, teams like Thailand go extremely deep, Chile now being extremely strong as well. really close performances out of, China, all of those teams in the top 8 as well, Japan making it really far. So many of those matches were tiebreaker matches, extremely close. It feels like we could have like 5 different potential teams beat the third place team right now. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I can't go without an emphasis that there were so many unbelievably close matches. I feel like this tournament did the best job of showcasing not sweeps. We had an unfortunate sweep between South Korea and Indonesia this weekend, but I think everything before that was just such unbelievably good matches. We had 2 tiebreakers in the finals this year. We had multiple tiebreakers in semifinals. And now we're getting to showcase our tiebreaker here between the United States and South Korea. And I don't know. It's such a nice. It's so nice to see when we have such amazing players and the teams are able to form themselves in a way that allows us to have such entertaining and close matches.
Yeah, of course. And I just went back and checked, as you said, the recent match, South Korea versus Indonesia, was the first sweep we've seen in a while. Actually, the first sweep we've seen since quarterfinals. So it's been a very long time since we've seen a sweep, which is crazy to hear because normally that's something you'd expect in almost every round, but not here, and a lot of tiebreaker matches as well, a lot of really close ones. Shout out to matches like Chile versus Vietnam being decided in the last 2 seconds of the map. And,
what are you gonna do? You can't say enough about.
Yeah, I can't list all. There's too many good matches. I think
too many amazing matches. I mean, and we're talking about so many tiebreakers. That run from Thailand through this tournament, winning 3 tiebreakers in a row to make it into top 4. I don't know how you do that.
I was honestly hoping for another one. That would have been just absurd if Thailand managed to do one more tiebreaker against Indonesia to make it top 3, but not the case. And here we have it. I believe we're getting into it fairly soon now, this final tiebreaker that we're gonna see.
Yeah, one thing I do think is a little unfortunate about what happened in the grand finals here. We didn't get to see all of our custom songs in the 2 grand finals matches. We saw Cortex Charger, and we're going to see Parallel Universe Shifter here, but I do not think Hybrid 3 was ever played in at least the 2 matches. I think it might have been shown in the show match.
I think it was played in the show match. Yeah, it was played in the show match once, at the very least, so that's something. But yeah, unfortunately not played in either of the 2 matches we saw. Of course, South Korea versus Indonesia had no hybrids being picked whatsoever, so...
Yeah, 2 of the hybrids in this grand finals pool just went completely ignored.
Well, that's what happens sometimes. That's what happens sometimes. When you only have 2 matches, there's... Hybrids typically
there's a few, especially with the sweep in Indonesia. We only got to see 7 maps in that match total, but this one we got a little bit better of a show. 10 maps in the pool able to be played. Unfortunately, Light Left Behind not being one of them, but we are going to be able to see Parallel Universe Shifter being played here by the champions United States and our runners-up South Korea.
Okay, let's see how this one ends up going. Very interested to see the scores in this one because, of course, this map is absolutely brutal. Already the first miss from Yonho there.
Yeah, early miss, but I think there's going to be lots of those in this map.
Yep. Yeah. There's going to be a whole lot, especially once you consider what the BPM gets up to, 400 and something on this map?
400, I think it's... Oh... I actually don't know what it maxes out at. I thought it was 400 for some reason, but it definitely isn't.
I think I remember 440 or something like that. Something absurd.
It's something up there. That ending goes absolutely hard. one of the craziest endings to a song I've seen, and it's nice to be able to see something like that made custom for this tournament.
Yeah, shout out to Camellia. Great job with the custom. And we're going to be seeing it here played by the best players we had in the tournament. Few misses coming out. Already a lot of combo breaks from both sides here. Still 2 full combos actually, Tristan, Jacob, and Dev.
Well, there goes one of them.
Well, there comes the curses. We managed quite a few maps in a row without them.
And now all eyes on Dev to see how long. Nope, never mind.
Of course.
Of course. This is the best time for these curses. I was mad about them earlier because they just kept happening, but now it doesn't matter. There's no stakes in this tiebreaker, so we can curse them all we want.
No harm done at the end of the day. Big actually accuracy drop from Dev. This is really close actually between the two teams. 3,000 points. The difference as South Korea, I think, not quite an ACK lead. I think ACK parity between the two teams right now, but 2 misses now.
And South Korea actually takes a small lead after getting that combo back up. We do see a trade between ERA Dev and Yeonho there, but still 2 high combos to just 1 from Neptune on the United States side. Yeah, and that pattern definitely caught the United States off guard just a little bit.
Yeah, LN section's definitely favoring South Korea a little bit in those density parts. Yeah, Vanilla Latte finding a bit of a miss, but Dev, yeah, the accuracy drop is fairly significant now, so Tristan Jacob actually dropping accuracy quite a lot as well, down to below 99%, as South Korea still with 2 players above 99.
Yeah, these early sections definitely not favoring the United States. That lead actually jumps up to about 13,000, a little bit more now actually, with ERA Dev finding another drop. Yeonho trading it, Vanilla Latte finding a drop as well, but ERA Dev having a lot of trouble here. Actually, I think everyone's having a lot of issues.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's having trouble, understandably so. Also important to mention as well that I think all 6 players from both teams are playing this as well in the same lobby, so
yeah,
it's not exactly a 3-on-3. There's still, you know, maybe Cafecito is still holding a full combo, who really knows? Right?
Yeah, it really is just like, we don't know if these would be the actual teams that we'd see in a tiebreaker. I don't know what 3 would be playing for each team.
I think YZ also has a very strong. I mean, I remember the showcase for the tiebreaker last week. I think YZ got a kind of ridiculously high score as well. So, I mean, pretty physically capable, you have to say, for sure. But with misses all around. Oh my god, look at these misses. Only Neptune and Vanilla Latte.
Well, not Vanilla Latte anymore. Just Neptune.
Okay.
The final few patterns before our big break in this map, and South Korea going into the break with just under a 13,000 point lead. Time to build up some combos, get that stamina back before the absolute gauntlet that is the final quarter of this map.
Yeah, oh my god, that is going to be brutal. 12,000 points, still a decent lead for them, mostly coming off the back of the accuracy, it looks like. Neptune with the highest accuracy here, but the other players, Tristan Jacob, actually is still beating 2 South Korean players, so it's mostly Dev is the difference in the accuracy between the 2 teams, and that's giving South Korea a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, definitely not a normal long note player, so I think that's probably the difference right now, is just that Dev's not as comfortable with the long note side of things. I imagine if this did go to tiebreaker, I imagine Cafecito's coming in for ERA Dev.
Cafecito or Hello Sun have been like the hybrid / LN players of United States mostly. So yeah, Dev definitely more of the Rice player. Makes a lot of sense that struggling on a little bit of the LN patterns here.
Yeah, and we're approaching another LN section here, so I can't imagine the US is going to be super comfortable with this. We do see about 4,000 combo from Neptune, but that is being matched with 2 2,400 combos from Vanilla Latte and Gay Soul there.
Yeah, Neptune is doing some gaming here. 99.57.
That is a pretty good accuracy.
That's all right.
We'll have to see how he's able to handle this ending when the difficulty of the Rice really starts to stack up. We do see a little bit of a combo reset from the entire South Korean team, but ERA Dev is finding lots of combo breaks here. Tristan Jacob
finally break that big combo, unfortunately, but still 99.54. King of clean misses here.
Yeah, not much else to say. Holding onto the combo here.
Oh, okay, I choked that. I cursed that one a little bit. That was a bit of a dirty miss from Nep.
A little bit, dropping down to that 99.3, but here we go into this final little section here. 50,000 points in favor of South Korea from these 6 players on screen. We won't know actually how it all went because, like we said, 6 players, all players in the lobby for each team. So we'll be able to see a 6v6 score in the MP link after this match finishes up.
Yeah. Be sure to check out that MP link for when this one finishes. I'm interested to see what some of the other scores for both of these teams are actually, but towards the end, everyone's struggling to hold on to the combo.
Yeah, these final patterns.
2 in the middle there. Yonho, Nebajin. Okay.
That's a nice curse from you.
Yeah, okay.
Now are we going to get Neptune cursed a little bit? The score is actually decreasing a tiny,
Nep has a
tiny
huge
bit.
combo. Would be a shame if he lost it right now.
Yeah, right when the hardest patterns in the map come around. And I guess Neptune just hits those.
Yeah, apparently not. Okay.
Now, the last couple of patterns in the map.
Not going to be missing.
I think a 973 on this.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, that might
my
be.
God.
That's going to be really close between Nepajin and Mugen there.
Okay, looking at the
Mugen was
MP
slightly
link.
higher. Mugen had a slightly higher score.
Oh, actually, YZ would have been the highest score on South Korea, and Cafecito, of course, being the second. So Nep, Cafecito, Tristan Jacob, YZ, Yonho, Vanilla Latte, and I think United States would have barely won that.
Yeah, well,
solely because of Nep.
Yeah, it would have been about 30,000 points in favor, but the United States with the 6v6 also does take the victory overall, but that is going to be the final map played for the Osimania 4K World Cup 2023. More congratulations to the United States here for winning, as well as to South Korea for making it to second place in this tournament, and a special shout out to Indonesia for making it onto the podium, locking in that third place position. We've talked so much about how amazing this tournament has been, but not much left to say now that we're starting to close things out.
Yeah, definitely an exciting tournament. I've had such a good time as well. So congratulations to all the players, and I guess we'll be signing off. I believe the next stream we'll be seeing from this channel will be related to OWC, whose registrations, I believe, are already underway.
Yes, registrations for the OSU World Cup have opened for the 2023 edition of the tournament. And I believe you are correct that the next stream on this Twitch channel should be the map pool showcase for the qualifiers for that tournament, unless there's a little special stream in between. I don't know if anything like that's going to happen, but I think I would expect the next stream to be that qualifiers showcase.
Yeah, so we will see you all for OWC. For all the Mania players out there as well, see you not too far away for the 7K MWC at the start of next year as well. So a few more tournaments on the horizon, but for now we'll be signing off here.
Yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed watching this grand finals in this tournament as much as me and Potassium here have enjoyed commentating it for you. But I think with that, we are about ready to go. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you guys for OWC when that starts up in a few weeks.
Bye.
Let's